And we are live. Welcome back, guys. My name is Abel Garcia. Today I have my co-host, Drunken Senpai. And we have a third guest today, which is 1776. And he is back. Now, today we have many stories. But before we start today's stories, if you guys stay long enough, we actually made an OnlyFans, and we will be showing Drunken Senpai with it butt plugs.
This is not happening. Jesus. Already train wreck within the first 10 seconds. God damn it. All right, no, this has not happened. But
you know you like it. Why you're blushing.
So here's the thing. All right, I fucked up the full camera aspect of this, so I brought it to this screen because
that's the same excuse you had last time.
Dude, working everything because the Mexican beside me that doesn't want to do shit.
Is it that I don't want to do shit, or is it because you're not letting me do any work? Because I've offered help, but you've chosen to tell me I'm fired.
No, hold on. We've tried to set up your shit to be better for your laptop and everything.
We catered to your control issues, and now that you're overwhelmed, you're trying to push off the blame on somebody else.
That's exactly what's happening. But no. All right. We got 1776 back with us. How you doing today, man?
Another lovely day in Tyranny, USA.
Oh, this is...
Let me guess, California?
Oh, no, just in general.
Within the continental United States. Wait, no, Alaska and Hawaii. I don't know about Alaska and Hawaii. Do they have a lot of the problems we have? I mean, inflation and food shortages, of course, but...
Hawaii is terrible with gun laws. It is almost as bad. I think it's as bad as California.
And Alaska is probably one of the freest states as far as firearms go because of the very large-scale homesteading population.
Okay, so within the 50 states about that, we can go through that. That'll be okay. But while we're doing this, I don't even have the green screen. It's not going to matter at this point. But while we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, ever since pretty much this country's been founded, we've always been beating the drum of war. You know, it's always been, it's if it's not our culture we export, it's war we bring to the world. However, here recently, we've been beating the drum for ourselves. Now, because of the political climate, especially exacerbated by Trump being in office and everything, that war drum has gotten a lot louder. And, it was attack after attack after attack, especially in the right wing that, we're extremists, things like that. And the right wing has, from what they call, is everybody that doesn't support this cult-like mantra that they have going on. But as it turns out now, especially with the Roe versus Wade leak, this cultural right, as they like to appropriate, is no longer beating that drum. It is the left that is now beating that drum. And we're going to get into that and kind of discuss our thoughts on how this goes. So, as far as that, before we get into any articles, I want to get y'all's take on this from the beginning. Abel, do you think we're headed towards a civil war?
For legal reasons, I will not comment on that.
For legal reasons, what are you involved in that you can't even comment on that shit?
Well, apparently I'm now starting to get a little famous on my own side work, and people are starting to notice who I am. So, for legal reasons, I will keep my comment off the record. But I will say, may God have mercy on all of us.
Well, I'll go ahead and accept that.
Right, you also gotta remember I'm Mexican.
That was such political tiptoeing bullshit I ain't never heard. Like, come on now.
You also gotta remember, I'm Mexican. They will raid my ass before they raid you too.
Bullshit! They will raid me first. I'm a straight white man. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm also a detransitioner. I am a heretic to the transgender.
You're a protected
ideology.
class. All you're listing are protected classes that the government won't touch.
Hold on.
No. I'm a detransitioner. I left the transgender ideology. I am now I have a target on my back.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this loud and fucking proud. Who gives a shit about that target? Say what you gotta say, speak your damn mind, because it is time to do so.
He over here, like, trying to quote Sarah Borealis songs in here.
I'm not. All right.
You
17.
laughed. You understood the reference.
I did.
And then you exposed yourself.
I did.
And now you're laughing because you know you did.
You know what? You're kind of. You are right. I'm no. Let's just end it. What about you, man? Do you think we're heading towards civil war?
Oh, geez. Everybody wants to talk about civil war, but the only thing that's really going to kick that off is anybody attempting to disarm the populace. And let's be realistic about it. That's not a civil war anymore. That's literally fighting tyrants. It's that simple. It's so ingrained in This is literally what we set up. Understand, the founding fathers set up what is essentially the closest thing to anarchic rule that you can possibly get and still have a government. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the very fundamental rights and liberties that everybody has that are unalienable are the first 10. And on top of that, once you understand that, on top of it, the second one says, shall not be infringed. All gun laws are unconstitutional.
I've been screaming that forever. Even the ones we agree with, every single one of them are unconstitutional. But now, this whole episode, we're going to be jumping around in time frame as far as articles and everything is concerned like that, because there is no way that we can literally chronologically get to this point for you guys to understand.
Let's be honest. The people that are most verbal and outspoken about it and wanting guns confiscated and removed from the populace are never the ones that are going to be on that stack going in the front door to confiscate these guns. Okay, it's just that simple. The most vocal ones will not. They don't have the Constitution for it, right. But you're willing to sacrifice other people to realize your goal.
I mean, that's always been the case, though, right? I mean, anything that really anybody advocates for the most part. That's
the reality of it. If you're not, look, if you have these beliefs and these convictions, but you are not willing to stand and die for your convictions, do you really believe them, or are you a coward in the first place?
Just following like sheep in a flock. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Hoping that the wolves won't pick you off. That's basically the fundamental political movement.
Once you realize the Supreme Court already ruled, cops are under no obligation to protect anyone under any circumstances. But you're also suggesting that those people are the only ones that are armed. Trust me when I tell you that you're not stopping anybody who wants one. Mm-mm. I can promise you. And just like your argument on abortion, how it's just going to become an illegal thing and there's going to be an underground market for it, trust me, guns are even better. And once you tried to outlaw them, nobody's going to be paying attention to the fact of all the rest of the ones that you're all worried about, because now everybody's just going to go full auto.
Yeah,
it's already a crime. We might as well just go the full 9 tilt, and all the shit that you've been banning us from up until now is just fair game now. Let's go. You're going to open up that black market to some real fun shit for us to play with.
And, you know, everybody's been talking about, like, you know, gun control laws, gun control. Number one, let's get into this before we roll into these articles. It's not guns that are the problem. Inanimate objects do not kill no matter what. It is the people themselves. And I say the people because, you know, I've been kind of outspoken about this, especially on TikTok and things like that. Like, it's not like, all right, culturally, we have dehumanized life from its inception, saying it's just a clump of cells, to the gestation of life, saying, well, it's not a life until it's born, all the way up until
Right, but then we
Old
also
age.
ignore practical. We also ignore practical application of that same dehumanization. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's be realistic. For example, we have people. So many people that support the death penalty. Do you understand that there are ways to go about it with the death penalty? That if you're going to support that, it's like we dehumanize this shit. Let's do for the greater good. Let's talk about how some of these things, like instead of poisoning an individual to death, you could legitimately let them give back through all the organs and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? Now, listen, you're already planning on killing them. Let their death serve a purpose. If we're going to take it this freaking route, because I've got a whole lot of plans. If we're just going to say, forget individual liberties, forget individual safety, I got a whole lot of shit that would actually benefit people, and you're going to let me enforce it.
I don't know about letting you enforce it, but
that's what I'm saying. Who's to stop me? Like, legit, you guys pay attention to these people over in Washington, D.C. and let them rule your lives and worry about what they're doing like it's anything freaking legit. If it's that simple, they have authority just because they say they have authority. If it's that simple, I could just set my own kingdom up right here. Who's going to stop me?
I mean, Chaz proves that. You could.
That's what I'm saying. Who's going to stop me? I
shit,
can just
Abel.
set myself up as king, and everybody... Is anybody going to need to take... Like, look, it's not going to legitimately make me king, is it?
No.
Right? And nobody's going to bother to try and dethrone me, are they?
I'll dethrone you.
Because they're not even... Oh, hi.
This is how it's going to go again. We're not
Did you
having
say
a butt plug episode again.
Did you say dethrone or deep throat?
Oh.
Because $20 is $20. OnlyFans, here we come.
Both.
I'm sorry this train wreck has already happened. I don't know why.
Technically, it began when you allowed me to
legit. If I stood up and I just declared myself king of my freaking town, is anybody going to feel the need to try and remove me from a throne that I literally just made up? No, they're going to laugh. They're going to continue about their life until I try to enforce my kingship. And then what's going to happen? They're going to fucking kill me. Okay?
As long as it gives the people freedom, I don't think they'll have an issue. Give them full auto machine guns.
Wait. Now we're getting into cult ideology at that point, and we have a million references for that shit.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, though, because we legitimize sending freaking legit laser-guided, shoulder-mounted rockets over to fucking Ukraine for their civilians to use. Okay? I'm just saying, where's mine? I am down with that level of armament. Let's go.
Dude, you paid for them, so they're yours.
I hope your damn phone's plugged up so the shit don't die in the middle of this. But yeah, let's jump into this shit, guys.
Just like when I was in here last time, let's just fucking remove the hypocrisy from it.
Please. I mean,
remove the hypocrisy from it. Seriously. Because like I said, the people calling for it will never be the ones stacking in on the doors. There's already police that are going in front of their freaking county commissioners and shit like that saying, look, if you adopt a policy like this, are you going to be the one stacking up on this freaking door when you're trying to tell us to enforce it? Because if you're not, then don't expect us to even try to comply with it.
Who do we have in here now?
You're legitimately.
Now we have 4 guests. A total 4 guests.
Oh, Joseph.
Welcome, Joseph Santos. How are you?
I'm gonna have to rearrange everything now. Give me a yeah. Go. What's up, Joseph? Hello.
His audio must be down.
I can't hear him at all.
The name is no one special.
Don't worry, I can't hear him either.
You know what? All right.
There it is. Sorry about that. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. I have to push and hold to talk. For some reason on the phone, it does not give me the option to speak without holding. So anyway, I didn't know you guys were live. I came across it, so I have no idea what's going on. So I'm just going to listen for a few minutes. How you doing, though?
We're doing good, bro.
Sorry I'm late. I know I was supposed to be here about 6 or 7 Saturdays ago.
Oh, you good?
Take your time.
Well, I mean, if he's going to do that, then he would just be a voice in the background. Let me go to. This also means I have to. I'm gonna have to rearrange cameras real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a minute, but can anybody see my screen right now? That's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's on YouTube and Discord and Twitch.
All right, so we are talking about, the kind of somewhat march to civil war, apparently, beating of the war drums as this goes for Joseph here. Why you joined and we started this train wreck while being incredibly inept at the very beginning. What do you think, Joseph? Are we heading towards civil war or no?
I will say that civil war, as we are familiar with it through TV and movies, or as history has shown us, not specifically, but I do see the Union failing at this rate.
Okay. All right, so
Fair assessment. I mean, it's a fair assessment. I don't see the Union necessarily failing. Okay, we have the choice in this based on where we go from here as a people, as individuals. We have the determination as to whether or not this whole crazy, unique, 100% experimental concept of a nation where individual liberty was the paramount importance of everything in this society. We have that choice of either deciding to abandon that concept or uphold that concept as what is clearly a de facto government tears all of everything down anyways.
I think the integrity of the Union chiefly relies, yes, on individuals, but also does come down to how the Supreme Court conducts itself going forward.
I'd say the entirety of every branch of the government is compromised at this point. It's hard to deny that.
I agree soundly, but what I'm getting at is how the Supreme Court conducts themselves. If they are making political decisions in the court, that will disrupt how people.
Well, they've already politicized. They've already done that. That's the thing that people don't realize is this just recently became. They legitimately politicized the judiciary branch of the government a long time ago by saying that we're putting people that are leaning left or leaning right. No, these are supposed to be people that are absolutely politically unmotivated or committed to anything but the Constitution. And then you have judges themselves speaking up about being liberal or this or that.
Fair enough.
Let's make clear also, people, yes, it's true that people politicize the court. There's always room to politicize anything, but the decisions of the court, it also depends on how they interpret the laws. Is it closely related to the original intent of the laws that they are reading? Of course, it's always going to be.
None of what they do are with the intent to the original laws created.
Say that one more time.
None of what they've been doing is in accordance with the intent of the law the way it was created.
Why you say that?
Why? Look at our monetary system. Constitutionally speaking, who is responsible for coining and printing our money? Congress. Congress abdicated that responsibility with the creation of the Federal Reserve Act. The Federal Reserve Act isn't even connected. The Federal Reserve is not even connected to our federal government. It's a debt-based monetary system where we borrow that money to make our economic system work. They abdicated that responsibility unconstitutionally. They could not do that. The Constitution specifically gave them the responsibility of doing so. And they abdicated it to an outside entity that was for profit.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen real quick so we can actually have that available real quick for this. But yeah, go ahead.
Right then and there, from the creation of the Federal Reserve Act, I have seen absolutely no Supreme Court attempt or opinion or any other's attempt or opinion to repeal such an unconstitutional act. Nobody even talks about it. We've just accepted the Federal Reserve Act as it's a fact, and now every decision we've made is based on a monetary system that we don't control.
Well,
we're basically enslaved to.
So that exact history I'm not as keen on. Based on what you're telling me here, it sounds like Congress entrusted. So it doesn't sound like Congress relinquished control. It just sounds like
they did. They have absolutely no control now over how the money is valued, how it's printed, or any of this shit. The Federal Reserve is completely in control of that.
But I don't see how, even if Congress said someone else do it, I don't see how that necessarily takes away their constitutional right. It doesn't sound like a constitutional responsibility was actually destroyed in this process. It just sounds like they said they just gave the work to somebody else and here, you do it.
No, that's not, but that's the point. The Constitution charged them specifically with this responsibility. They abdicated that responsibility and therefore have subjugated the entire population into this monetary system that is completely based on debt. It's that simple. There's nothing backing this money. What gives it its value other than what they say? Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, all I can address is the constitutionality of it. And from what I'm gathering,
it's like unconstitutional. It's very specifically unconstitutional.
Lose anything in doing this? Congress just, from what
yes, we did. We lost control of the money, and now they control the rates and therefore control the debt. They continue to print money, create more debt, and it never gets paid. It just gets recycled, and now they're printing more money out the ass and sending it to whoever they want to.
You see that.
But you're the one that's forced to work for that money in order to live in our society. So, yeah, it's kind of like we've all been enslaved to the same thing. And it doesn't matter what color you are, really, because we're all forced to operate under this same system that isn't even constitutionally accurate.
Anybody who pays taxes has to pay into a system that they literally just say, hey, we're giving this here, and you have
honestly,
no say.
Tell me, because if you have an option, which is what liberty would be, the option of whether or not to contract with another individual, that liberty, we didn't get that option, because try and live your life without any sort of money at all. Try it.
To that whole point, though, I just want to make a point real quick. To that whole point of, we pay into a system where we have no say where it goes to. What was the rallying cry when this country was started?
Taxation without representation.
That's it.
So you're saying I can't tax either of y'all in here without getting representation?
We have to have a say where that money goes. That is the whole point.
I'll just tax y'all.
We have to have a say. Now, the fact that they've given over $50 billion to Ukraine now, and not a single American has given an okay of this, other than our supposed political leaders, is a huge
that
problem.
Just shows that they don't represent you.
Right.
No, none. If you're representing the people didn't ask for you to send money over there. That was not something we asked for. You took it upon yourself to do something, and you volunteered us for it.
Right.
Cool. That's awesome. But when we were going through the whole pandemic, you couldn't spare a damn dime to help the people.
I mean,
that was a fight.
Literally, it took 6 or 7 months just to get $600.
When we were trying to secure the border, that $7 billion or whatever it was, that would have broke the bank. But now we've got $40 billion to send over to Ukraine. Cool. Like,
that is a whole.
You're not going to convince me that my government represents me in the freaking least.
No.
Therefore, it's not a constant. This is the thing. The Constitution is a contract between we the people and the federal government. Okay, and like any contract, when they breach the contract is null and void. What the federal government got out of our contract with them was our willingness to be governed, right? Just like in the Declaration, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We consented to be governed by them, and the agreement was they had to follow a certain set of rules, which was the Constitution, and they had no business. They had to agree that these were untouchable rights, the first 10 amendments called the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
And every step that they have taken has infringed upon every single one of these rights, because most people don't understand the very rights that they're actually given, or that they're bestowed, that they have inherently, are being infringed upon every day on these devices, on everything. And what our government has done was legislated the ability to do so, as well as protected the ability for them to violate these rights every day with these agreements that you make to get on here, because now they can monitor you, keep all your information, your data, sell it to the highest bidder for targeted advertisement, as well as sell it to the government so that they can compile this lists of data and everything on all of their citizens in a surveillance state program. Why do you think they want the internet of everything?
And it all started with cameras. It all started when cameras were set up. Now, I do agree with like security cameras and things like that. There is a whole point, but the fact that
a closed circuit's able to,
buying a phone, setting it up, putting it into an account, you still have to agree that they actually can turn on your camera and your microphone on your phone just to have service. Yes, that is the thing. That is written in there. It is obscure as shit. But just because you have a phone, they can monitor you at any time.
And every single one of these rights have been bought and sold through the legislation and the corporate freaking whatever the hell they're called, trying to what is it? The fucking special interest groups and shit like that. The lobbyists.
Right.
All to create legislation that basically justifies allowing these companies and shit to trample on people's rights for profit. And the Federal Reserve was the start of all of it. That was the first business to be allowed to do it. And then it's just progressed from here into this. Don't call it capitalism because it's disrespectful. It's corporatism.
Yeah.
Corporations choke out any real competition. And then when you trace all these corporations back, they trace back to essentially two corporations.
It's
all controlled.
What is it called with the merger of corporation and state? Come on, Joseph. I know you know that one, man. What's it called?
Say a question one more time.
What's it called with the merger of corporation and state?
Monopoly? Is that the one you're looking for?
Fascism.
Oh, well.
Socialism, fascism,
communism.
They've been warning us it was happening, that we were going to, they said it, if socialism comes to America, it'll come in the form of liberalism, and it has taken root, it has taken full hold, and it has literally social engineering, fucking special interest groups with the education system that we've allowed the government to control and dictate through we'll give you money and funding that we're taxing you dumb idiots for anyways. You're going to fund your own freaking enslavement while we create these perpetual internment camps to teach you what we want you to know so that you could never think enough on your own. Meanwhile, we're going to create the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, to keep you sick with the shit that we put in the food because we commercialized everything, industrialized everything. That way, we got complete control of the food system, and nobody's doing anything about that now. So,
all on the guise of your safety. Case in point, you got Facebook, Twitter, all YouTube, especially. Everything's censored. There is I do agree with some kind of censorship, like, cause the violence and CP, things like that. I agree with that kind of thing. But talks like this, what we are having right now, should never be censored in any way, shape, or form. And I guarantee you, we're probably going to get hit eventually as this podcast goes forward.
Let's be realistic. Most of the regulations that they put on the individuals, they justify being necessary because of some sort of impact that's being had from it. The problem is, it's not the individual that's having the impact. It's the way that you've commercialized all of it. Right. You've commercialized all of it.
Now to be fair, okay, let's just go ahead and say this. 1776, you're incredibly right wing, right?
No, I don't buy into the labels of this shit. I think we all essentially believe in the same. I think at the end of the day, whether you're on the left or the right, I think we all believe in the same kind of thing. I just think that it's all been pounded into our head that that we need somebody else to do it for us, rather than doing it for our goddamn selves.
As far as that goes, your ideologies and your beliefs, you're more of a republic, leave me the fuck alone kind of thing, right?
Basically, like, I don't know. Most recently, they've tried to label me some sort of libertarian, or I don't know. Probably, if you ask the government, domestic extremist or whatever. I don't know. Just leave me the hell alone.
Nazi.
I mean, that's
It's
libertarian.
real simple.
I mean, that's a libertarian aspect. Okay, to just leave you the hell alone, because if you're not that way, you're for government up your ass doing things, which is an authoritarian aspect.
I believe, listen, at the end of the day, what I say I believe is I believe in what the founding fathers set forth for us, which was the closest thing to anarchic rule as you can get and still have a government.
Right.
There's still laws to follow, and those laws, there's no law broken if there's not an infringement on someone else's individual liberties and rights. That's it. It's that simple.
Okay.
Don't tread on someone else's liberties or their property. Respect them. It's that simple.
Okay. Abel, where would you place yourself in?
I'm gonna look politically homeless, but I would have to agree more with the right.
Homeless. I love it.
But okay, you would say you would lean right. Where would you go as far as the vertical scale? Would you go towards government needs to control all aspects, or would you say leave me the fuck alone, let me do my thing?
Are you asking me, or are you asking other people to define me? Because those are two different answers. For me,
no, I'm asking you. Fuck what other people think of you. I'm asking you. What do you think? Should the government be up your ass? Or should you be able to do whatever the fuck you want?
Leave me the
question
alone.
you might want to ask is, would he like government up his ass?
I don't know.
No.
You know what?
Let's not start this again. No.
You know what? How's this? I'm going to become the government, and I'll be at your house in about 2 days, drunken.
You son of a bitch. We're going back that route again. All right. So
I would consider myself politically homeless, but I would agree more with the right. Leave me the fuck alone. But I also agree that there are laws that we need to follow, i.e. don't.
I think right and left is just a divisive tactic that's been handed to us to keep us arguing with one another so that we can't unite. And kind of like the motto of the United States is, united we stand, divided we fall. We're just giving all this shit to divide us.
You're right. But
I'm also at the point. I'm starting to get to the point that leave our children alone.
Yes.
Okay, so that's more of a libertarian aspect than that. But 1776, you are right. I will 100% say that. But I'm getting to a point here. All right, Joseph, where would you put yourself as far as that goes?
I ignore that terminology altogether. When it comes to things like political spectrums, left and right, and all that, I always grew up just ignoring that altogether, because those are just ways that people.
Most people honestly don't care about it.
No, we don't.
No,
but
it's starting to.
If you would describe yourself, okay, would you lean towards a left or right aspect? Let's just go ahead and break this down. I know nobody likes this kind of shit. We all agree on that aspect, but let's just go ahead and break this down.
Why does it have to be left or right? Like, that always implies a government.
And those are my thoughts exactly. Though I just don't care for that type of organization. Everything's about left versus right. Why are we validating this idea of left versus right? It's oversimplified. So let me tell you about, and Abel would probably tell you the same, because we both have brown parents, and this is chiefly how Mexicans in America really paid attention to politics. They didn't really care about party alignment so much as they cared about just who had ideas you agreed with. When it comes to Mexicans in America, they do espouse chiefly what the U.S. Bill of Rights was meant to preserve, and that much is true. But past that, when it comes to left versus right, a lot of people just turn a deaf ear to that because it's oversimplified. Just again, do you have ideas that are worth practicing? Say you want a total free market.
Okay.
No, I want to be
a total free? Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah, total freedom.
I don't.
But it also comes with this is the thing. A lot of people there are a lot of people, and this is societally engineered, it's socially engineered. There are a lot of people that are not capable of being that free, because with that freedom comes a level of responsibility, an absolute level of responsibility, of self-reliance and self-sufficiency. If you cannot provide every need for yourself, you are forever reliant upon someone else, and therefore at the mercy of someone else.
Okay. But
Yeah, that's true.
all right, I've had enough talks with Joseph to kind of at least go right-leaning libertarian with him as well. Okay. So,
Well, let me also be clear. I don't like libertarians. Libertarianism is something that people should read and learn from. It's a history that would raise a lot of questions about what you hold true.
It's the philosophy, not the theology.
No. Hold up.
It's definitely a history that people should read and learn from, because it's definitely something to borrow from, not something to be implemented in full.
You're right.
And case in point, what you and Abel were talking about yesterday, when you had these kids at the bar getting a drag show,
that are apparently very family friendly.
Say again.
He said that are apparently very family friendly.
Apparently, these are family friendly after the fact that children had left the building. Prior to that, there was no children inside whatsoever. I was there on the streets reporting, and we were yelled at saying, there are no children inside. There are no children inside. The moment the children left, they were yelling, it was family friendly, and leave the kids alone.
Well, let me keep it a little clean, just respecting the fact that you are on YouTube. There are some things I don't want to say, but there are certain ways of exploiting minors that you're obviously seeing being more and more appreciated in far left political circles. And in the libertarians' mind, typically, all that matters is that the child says yes. You who want to keep the child away from that are wrong. In a similar sense, they also think that, let's say you were trying to stop someone from committing suicide, you would be wrong because you're taking a choice away from somebody, and I don't stand by that for any reason. Okay. That's why I denounce libertarians.
Well, see, here's the thing, dude. And
but isn't that just basically trying to label an entire group of people under one banner, which is what you're claiming to try and denounce? Like you are applying that to any with the that identifies with libertarianism.
And I do understand that the word libertarian does mean different things to different people, but what I'm talking about is not uncommon. It's so common that I just don't want to be attached to the word libertarian.
Or
that is completely 100%
that have been out there to try and delegitimize the movement because it's picking up speed.
Can you bring that back a little bit? So start the sentence over, please.
Or it's also one of those buzz things to try and delegitimize a movement that's starting to gain speed.
But as I said, libertarianism is something to borrow from, not to be implemented in full, especially when it comes down to their position on near absolute liberty, where all that matters is that people are free to say yes and no. So if that's the case, think of the subjects we just talked about. If you have people around you who will say you are wrong to interfere because of some moral dictates that you hold true, that they don't, then you understand the conflict.
It's not, but that's not the point. That's not the morality that's not even an argument. Because realistically, if you're going to apply the actual constitutional concepts, those individual liberties and the things that are protected are very clearly outlined. So it should not, it's no moral argument as to whether this is right or this is wrong. Individual liberty and bodily autonomy is 100% a thing.
Right. And like I said, libertarians do take that kind of far to a point where there are ethical questions about what they really stand for. Again, the suicide example.
Yeah.
In other words, in simplest terms, are you wrong to stop somebody from attempting suicide? If you say yes, like many libertarians do, then you understand why I don't support them.
Why don't you support?
Okay, hold on. Let's expand.
Okay, wait a minute though. So now here's the thing. You're talking about
expand on that a little bit. Before we go any further, I want to expand on that a little bit. Okay. would you be wrong from stopping somebody from suicide?
So you're asking me? No.
Everybody. I'm asking everybody. Would you be wrong from stopping somebody from committing suicide?
No. I wouldn't be wrong.
But what are you speaking no from? What is your perspective that no? Because I'm looking at it from a constitutional perspective, or rather an individual liberty perspective.
I'm talking about your conscience, dude. I'm not talking about any laws or anything like that. I'm talking about your conscience. Would you be wrong from me coming up and saying, dude, I'm going to shoot myself in the fucking face? Would you be wrong to say, don't do that?
No, you could argue it, but ultimately that's still the individual's choice to make.
I'm going to argue. I'm going to tell them.
That's what I'm saying. Don't. Here's the thing. Once this is a classic psychological argument, I think it's fucking hilarious because
I mean that's what we're heading down right now. So yeah,
it's the reality of it. If someone wants to do so, you are not going to prevent them. However, this is the reality of it. This is the reality of it. You are not going to be able to prevent them, and if they genuinely want to do so, and you forcibly stop them from doing so, have you not treaded upon an individual's liberty at that point? Because you will have to physically stop someone that wants to do this from doing it, right? There's a difference between having the thought of doing it or talking through the thought of it and someone genuinely actually attempting it.
I'm in a perfect fucking position to argue this. I have tried 5 times. Okay? All 5 times, for whatever reason, for different reasons, it has failed for me. Okay? The only thing that brought me out of that was my best friend throughout my entire life, who knew I struggled with this, and there was nothing she could say, nothing anybody could do to stop me until that very last time when she looked at me and said, how many friends have we seen go down this route? Why are you going to put me through that pain? That's what brought me back. Those exact words, and they're burnt into the back of my mind.
But
why would you put me through that pain?
But this is the thing. What changed? Yours. You ultimately changed in that moment. You made that choice. And the whole time, through all of them, success or failure, it was still your choice. You made every one of those choices, and now you're still standing right here today to make those choices.
But did she forcibly do that to me? Did she forcibly stop me? By force, did she stop me?
Did she? I don't know. You didn't tell that part.
No. I mean, she never put her hands on me. She never forced me not to go down that route.
But it was clearly enough for you, yourself, of your own volition, to change your mind and change course.
Correct.
Now, ultimately, either way, whose responsibility was it for the choices made?
Mine.
So now you've both acknowledged all the shit, taken responsibility for your shit, and now you can sit here and speak about it. That is what being free and liberty is. Legitimately.
Correct. But, you were saying, forcibly, if you forcibly stop somebody, and we can argue the force of that, like, mental or physical. Like, the force was applied. Mentally, force was applied to me because
I don't believe
he was appealing to an emotional aspect to me.
Well, even from the most strict and diehard libertarian perspective, reasoning with you is not coercion. It's the act of somebody taking the gun from your hand, stopping you, using grip strength to stop you from hurting yourself or killing yourself.
That's she wouldn't have been able to do that no matter what. But yes, I kind of agree with that as well.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one thing to attempt to, as you said, reason or talk it through, Because if you say, look, hey, listen, and this is just my personal perspective. It's got nothing to do with politics or anything like that. It's just where I stand on things. So it's the perspective that I've rationalized. If someone comes to me and genuinely tells me that this is what they're thinking about doing, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to have that actual conversation because I want to know if this is legit how you're feeling and if you're done with this, or if it's just something, is it this too shall pass, or is this something that you've just beaten your head against the wall with? Because if it's something genuine, I can't stop you from doing it. I can try and give you reasons not to, or I can try and make sure that you're at least of sound mind, but that's the thing. I can't stop you. It's a good sign if you came to me with it. It's a good sign that maybe it's not really what you want, because if you've reached out instead of just doing it, it's a good sign that you know that it's not really what you want, and you just need
the thought experiment that I'm bringing forward isn't a question of moral obligation, just a question of whether or not you were wrong to stop someone from killing themselves at all.
Yeah, that is the question. Was she wrong for doing that to me? And no, absolutely not. She was not wrong.
No, she didn't infringe upon any of your liberties at that moment.
No. But if she were there, that last instance for me, if she were there to stop me, would she have infringed on my right?
From a libertarian perspective, yes. It's when you're talking to someone like me, it's not a simple question of personal liberty as it is a question of my conscience. Do I want to stand by and watch you die? And
you can't be responsible for your conscience. That's not libertarian at all.
Wait. Say that again.
He's saying it's a matter of whether or not it rests on his conscience, putting himself above everything else.
No, not rest on my conscience. Well, yeah. In a similar way, basically, as what I'm saying is the act of conscience to actually stop, let's say, anybody here from actually committing suicide. The criticism would come my way depending on which libertarians you ask, and I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to honor that. There's no one in their right mind, I don't think, would actually stay in the room and just watch someone kill themselves. And go ahead. It's your life, not mine.
No, like that's again. If you were to being libertarian, it wouldn't be libertarian to put that upon someone else to be there. Excuse me.
Like
there's a difference. There's a difference if someone was genuine about it and said, "Hey, look, I want to do this, but I need some sort of support here or something like that," and the individual were to volunteer that support. That's a different story, or having someone there for when they go, depending on how they go. For all you know, this individual might decide to take a handful of fucking pills and just blissfully go out in the middle and just want somebody there for that final moment. You know what? If I'm not forcing you to do it and you voluntarily stay there, that's one thing. But that also means that individual is going to know who they need to call in that moment.
And this is actually, I know it seems way off the fucking rails, but this is going to be a hard fucking pullback to the whole topic of this. But I actually love this conversation because y'all are talking about personal liberties versus a collective versus authoritarianism. Okay, now we're taking the vertical spectrum of this, and I love this whole aspect because, as far as a whole, if we are really marching towards civil war, we do need to get these things hammered out. We do need to get these things understood as a collective, even to the littlest aspects, like we are talking about right now. Okay,
so build off what you just said.
We need that. We ultimately all need that common ground that we're going to be functioning from, no matter where we're functioning at or who we end up functioning with. Right. We need that common ground, and that's why I continue to hammer on the Constitution. If these men were fucking, listen, I'm telling you, we're dumber now than we were when they were around and they wrote this shit. As a society in general, the IQ has just dropped drastically across the board. It's all part of that shit. Just that these men literally had the idea there. It's the Constitution, the Declaration, the history behind it. The Federalist Papers were a way to try and guide it and give the philosophical and argumentative debates back and forth as to why they determined this was the best way to maintain what they were trying to create.
This was the whole point.
An eye towards individual liberty with a minimalist government. The federal government wouldn't even exist had they not agreed to the creation of the Bill of Rights, those certain unalienable rights that cannot be touched by the federal government. There's so many people in society that believe that through an act of Congress, 3/4 majority of a vote, both in the House and Senate, that they can literally alter the Constitution or alter these amendments. And that's not the case.
I think it's actually 2/3 at that point.
It's what is outlined is 2/3, but that's Article 5, and it's specifically referring to the ability to propose new amendments, not alter previous existing ones, not remove them, not alter the Constitution or how the federal government is formed and its function, which is outlined in the Constitution. It's none of that. They can add amendments, and if you look at the first 10, those amendments were outlining what? Personal individual liberties and freedoms of all. Would it not stand the reason that the further amendments that would be added to this shit would be in reference to that as well?
Yes, 100%. The first 10 amendments, no matter what, are absolute, and there is nothing anybody can do about it, no matter what.
If I remember correctly, constitutionally, that actually does not translate. They actually has always been up to the Congress to get that 2/3 vote through that elongated process. And anything even in the Bill of Rights can be amended.
No. They cannot be touched no matter what.
And that's the thing. They have the majority of society thinking this way because people don't actually read what this shit says and understand what's being said.
Can someone pull up that area of the Constitution now? I'm on my phone. That won't be.
If the thought process cannot follow all the way through, from the Declaration of Independence to the Constitution to the Bill of Rights and into the Federalist Papers, if it's not a consistent thought process throughout, then it's wrong. Because they're the same men who declared independence and said that governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that when governments end up in absolute despotism, it's our right to cast off those governments.
Basically, hold up. Let's go through the Bill of Rights as it stands right now in a very simplistic form. That can be argued, every single one of them. We can argue through this. But the first 10 amendments, number 1, freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. Meaning you have the freedom to choose, you have the freedom to talk, you have the freedom to report, you have the freedom to
and it doesn't matter what medium.
You have the freedom to say, I don't like.
These people that argue that it wasn't thought or allowed for translation to various other mediums through the technological advancements, it's a fallacy argument. These rights are inherent on all levels.
You are right, which is why I said a broad spectrum. We can argue that we can break every single one of these down, but you are correct. Number 2, the right to keep and bear arms in order to maintain, it says in order to maintain a well-regulated militia. The right to keep and bear arms to keep yourself safe. Okay? We can, this is what I just Googled.
Specifically, it says the right of the people, not the militia, but the right of the people.
To keep and bear arms. Yes.
Shall not be infringed. And that is some of the harshest language that you find in the entire Constitution.
You're right.
Shall not is only used in a few places, and it's used to underscore and emphasize the importance.
Which means every single law against everything, whether it be knives, guns, fucking hammers. If you try to regulate that, that goes against the Second Amendment. Number 3.
And it says in the Constitution specifically, this Constitution And all laws made will be in pursuance of the Constitution. It will be the law of the land.
Right.
All laws that they make, no matter the legislation, it has to actually be in accordance with the Constitution, not with what they want to do.
Right, but you also understand that the Supreme Court gets to interpret the meaning and intent of these.
No, they do not.
No.
Supreme Court does not interpret.
They are supposed to. However,
they are supposed to determine whether or not it is applicable in the legal sense.
yes. However, there is a huge flaw in that. And that comes down to human. And what have we seen throughout time? Pack the court, pack the court, pack the fucking court. Because we got people that want to say, okay, let's take away our Second Amendment right. Oh, constitutionally it's not allowed. Let's pack the court. Now we're talking about packing the fucking court with 13.
Listen, do you understand they have district courts? That's how much they've packed the courts. District courts for the federal, they used to have traveling ones. Now they've they basically just hacked out their own districts.
Correct.
In here. And put mini Supreme Courts over these fucking districts.
Traveling court, you say. That's interesting. Now imagine a court and a taco cart in the same van.
No, what it was the legal buildings would be housed wherever, and the judges themselves, the magistrates would go to those places in order to hear the cases that they were going to hear.
Yeah, having fun with the idea.
But
it was just.
I know you speak a lot about that 17, dude. This is going to be something we will definitely dive into in another date. But number 3, no quartering of soldiers. Everybody on the face of this fucking planet, every single person agrees there is no reason on hell why a soldier should have to sit in my house in peacetime or in wartime. There is no reason in hell I need to feed a soldier that can take everything from me to keep me safe.
And yet your tax money goes to fund them.
Yes, but number 4, freedom of unreasonable search and seizures. There is no reason in hell that
every time you get pulled over for a driving infraction.
Hold on, there is a legal loophole with that, but there is no reason in hell that anybody should be able to look through my shit in any way, and that includes personal property, that includes digital property, that includes anything within my life. There is no way, unless I give you consent, you can look into that.
Informed consent, not just consent, informed consent. And most people are not informed enough to be consenting to these fucking agreements.
100%, you are correct with that. Number 5.
I'm sorry, because I'm going to be honest. I've read some of these agreements, and I'm going to be honest. There's times where I'm not informed enough to really be agreeing to any of this shit, but I know it's all a fucking scam, Ponzi scheme, so I'm like, okay, whatever. It's not my shit. I don't care.
Right. Number 5, right to due process of law. Freedom from self-incrimination, double jeopardy, meaning I need to have a trial by a jury of my peers. Now, in most cases within our law, unless it's something serious, in most cases within our
there
law,
is not a jury. They cannot put together a jury of competent peers enough to actually try and convict anybody, because most of these people don't genuinely understand the laws enough.
Yes. But in most cases, even in especially traffic court, who rolls over if you were guilty or not?
It's a bench court.
It is usually the judge that says that, right?
Yeah.
It is not a jury of your peers. It is not due process in any way. Freedom from self-incrimination means you don't have to say, yes, I did it, or no, I did not.
And you have not infringed on anybody's.
Traffic court is for infractions, not crimes.
It is considered a crime because you broke the law in some way.
Infractions. No, wait, though. Infractions of what?
Infractions of law.
No.
Infractions of the penal code.
Infractions of statutes, which are color of law, which are not actual law. It's de facto.
Good point. Double jeopardy simply means you cannot try me for the same damn crime twice. It doesn't matter what happens. If I am found guilty or I am found innocent, I can never go back to court again, which means appeals are illegal. Okay, number 6, right of the accused person, e.g., right to speedy and public trial, which means, look, I don't want to be detained. Our main fucking point here, the January 6th defendants, they're held without trial for 1.5 years. Now we're just coming to point with that.
What gave them the justification to do that? That same argument everybody's making, that a 2/3 majority can just dictate whether or not your individual liberties exist anymore or not. No, that's why it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Okay,
it doesn't make sense.
Number 7, right of trial by jury in civil cases. Civil cases, which means if me and 17 have a problem where my property line is here, his property line is there, we have an argument.
Do you understand that they do not
by jury?
They do not do trial by juries under civil when in civil courts. They do not.
Not a damn one of them. It's always up to the judge. No. Hold on. If I were to go to court with you right now, Joseph, if I were to go to court with you and say, you owe me this, okay, and you say, no, I don't owe you this because of this reason. In civil court, do we or do we not fall to the judge's ruling?
I think that varies by district, because the 7th Amendment that you're reading right now is not a fully incorporated amendment. So that's why California civil juries require 7 of 12. Virginia, where we just saw Johnny Depp win.
These principles and concepts existed before the 17th Amendment. They're covered in the Constitution already.
No, I said 7th.
The 7th is all. The first 10 were ratified. Do you not understand? Okay. People need to understand this. The federal government would not exist had it not been that they agreed to the Bill of Rights. The first 10 amendments are ratified, fully ratified. These are your certain unalienable rights that are referenced in the Declaration of Independence. Among them, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. These are these unalienable rights that are not given to man or government to rule over or govern under any circumstances. These are your inherent rights. They come from a higher purpose, your creator, which ultimately, according to American law and Constitution, any given person's individual relationship with their higher power or their God is specifically between them and their God.
Right.
And they can still function within the bounds of the American culture and system. That's just the reality of it. But those rights are not given or dictated by government. They're bestowed by Creator. All men are created equal and are endowed with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Those unalienable rights that are referred to, remember, the same people that wrote the Declaration of Independence and wrote those words, all men are created equal and are endowed with certain unalienable rights, that among them life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
Those same men, the same men that wrote the Constitution, and that idea played out in detail in the Constitution, that Bill of Rights, are those unalienable rights. And so there is no argument to be made for a government being able to legislate those.
What he is
Are you
talking
aware
about,
that the U.S. Constitution only applied to the federal government first?
No,
What?
the U.S. Constitution applied to every single person. It did. The federal government, as what we are looking at now, is 100% unconstitutional. Every bit of it.
Okay, so
What
go
they are-
look.
What it
Take
is
what you
established.
understand right now currently about the Second Amendment and go look at the Texas State Constitution. I believe this amendment was written in 1851. it says that guns can be will not be regulated except to prevent a crime.
Hold on.
It does not apply.
It does
Remember,
not.
a state law cannot supersede the federal Bill of Rights.
No.
That was the point. Anything not specifically given to the federal government, nor expressly denied to the federal government, was left to the states to determine. But gun was not one of them. The Second Amendment was not one of them. So any state law that is currently in existence that infringes upon the Second Amendment is unconstitutional.
Right.
And again,
so I take it then you don't know the history of the 14th Amendment.
Like I've said, even everything that we have agreed upon, including like not being allowed to have guns in schools, is unconstitutional because it treads on shall not be infringed.
And just like in the Declaration of Independence, where it talks that men are predisposed to suffer while suffering is livable, rather than to right themselves. That's also in the Declaration.
Taking felons.
So what both of you guys need to do to understand the error you're making is read about the history of the 14th Amendment, because it was written...
Which is also unconstitutional. It's also unconstitutional because they attempted to alter the Constitution.
The Supreme Court did that.
I understand. But hold up.
Then they stepped over. Look, separation of powers. There was a reason we created 3 branches so that no one would be able to override the rest. And in crossing that over, they took a liberty that was not theirs and not given to them. Correct. So therefore, it's also constitutional. And the Supreme Court themselves ruled that all laws repugnant to the Constitution are null and void.
All right,
all people have to do is start acting accordingly.
Let's take this. Hold up. Let's just chill for a second. The 14th Amendment: all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the states wherein they reside. No state shall make, enforce, any law which
I don't agree to being subject.
Hold on. No states which make or infringe or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. Okay, so what that is literally saying is basically anything that is not defined within the Bill of Rights, and there is some leeway, is the Second Amendment. Any law that says you can or cannot bear arms, is that not infringement of the Second Amendment? Even the ones we agree with. I'm sorry, say that again?
I said necessarily no. Historically, that isn't true.
Yes, it is. In fact, there was an argument traced back to the 17th century that was specifically relating to this very argument that we're arguing about even today, about how it benefits nobody restricting these arms because they're still going to be used, and they're going to be used by people that can do more damage. This argument has been ongoing forever. The founding fathers were very clear about this argument on where they stood, and anybody who reads the Constitution or believes in it is going to act in that capacity, regardless of what any government says.
And that's the reality. Now, here is the huge reality of it. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, are everything that defines life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay?
Can you read the First Amendment?
The First Amendment? Okay, you want me to go through all that?
Just the first.
Oh, I typed that wrong. Hold on. Congress shall make no law respecting any establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government of a redress of grievances. which for
Okay, you can stop right there.
okay.
So it was in the opening sentence. It says Congress shall make no law. Doesn't say the states.
Mm.
Exactly.
Okay.
But that is literally Congress. If the federal government cannot make a law concerning it, state governments can't either.
That would conflict with the 10th Amendment.
It would conflict.
Which means
No,
if the federal government does not rule over the first 10, it goes back to the states. Roe versus Wade.
You cannot make a justification that a state government has the right to infringe upon the first 10 amendments. That's not what the Constitution says.
It just says, you just read it right there. Congress shall make no law. It does not say the states.
Dude.
It's covered elsewhere. The states do not have the authority to supersede the fucking rights that are listed in the Bill of Rights either. These are the unalienable rights.
From a legal aspect, I'm going to go ahead and say 100%. I have talked about this with multiple lawyers. I am going to say 100%. Even in states where it is a at-will employment, okay, that is against federal law from the federal employment, which means you cannot in any way infringe upon somebody's rights to be employed based on race, creed, color, religion, or there's some others as well. However, but at will states or things like that are unconstitutional because on a federal law, federal goes above state. So my state, hold up. My state right here is an at-will state, which means they could fire you for any fucking reason. But federally, on federal laws for employment, it is unconstitutional and therefore null and fucking void. Because you cannot fire me because I believe a certain way. You cannot fire me because I speak a certain way. You cannot fire me other than my actual performance within that job field.
Okay, now remember, it's anything not expressly given to the federal government, nor prohibited to the by the Constitution, shall be left to the states.
Look,
okay,
Abel's brain dead at this point.
I've been here the whole time. I'm just letting y'all have fun.
Ways. So anything not forbidden to the government by the Constitution was left to the states. Right. The states still couldn't supersede those Bill of Rights. They still can't make laws concern. But ultimately, the governance of those states was left to be determined by the people, right?
Yes.
Because what they were it was essentially each independent state nations that were determining they were going to work together under the federal government for the purpose of ease of commerce and common defense. That was it. That's what the federal government's purpose was.
But even the people themselves cannot supersede the Bill of Rights. It doesn't matter if every single person within this country, legal or illegal, decided something about this isn't right. We need to enact a law. If it goes against the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, null and fucking void, we can't have it.
And that's what people don't understand. People really think that they can do things that literally supersede what the federal government was given by the Constitution. And it's not anybody's fault. Like, it's not one of those things it's not demeaning. Like, they put us all through the same education system. So until you actually start reading this shit and understanding it, you start looking at it and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Well, if this is what this is saying, how the hell is any of this okay?
Which means constitutionally, I can put a gun in a newborn's hands and you can't say shit about it. Morally, yes, that is fucked up.
You'd be a freaking idiot to do so, and I think somebody would be righteous in punching you in the mouth for doing so if they saw you doing it.
Somebody would be righteous in taking me the fuck out for doing so. I mean, yes.
Look, Drunken, I'll be honest. If you do that, I will grab a camera and I will record the incident.
there is a lot of inherent problems. Number one, that newborn's hand is not going to fit around that grip.
It was an extreme example, but
Yes.
the point is,
No, there are small handguns for the
But
infant
also,
to hold.
you also have to understand that a baby can't squeeze with arms, and it's not inconceivable, especially on the fire.
Of course, like he said.
It squeeze the trigger with two hands.
That is an extreme example, but it is our constitutional right that I can do this.
The simplicity of the law was individual liberty, right? The legality of it was, look, as long as you're not, there's no infringement of legality, right? There's no breaking of law if your actions are not infringing upon the another individual's liberties and their property, the things that are prescribed in the first 10, right? Now, at the same time, remember what the founding fathers had in mind for government was not necessarily needing people to like govern you, where people essentially governed themselves based off the principles of don't step on somebody else's shit, right? However, that's where the moral code of the particular society or town or community that you found yourself in was what dictated what was acceptable.
However, the problem comes into effect. Like this was, I guarantee you, this wasn't something that was thought about.
And it's why freedom of travel was so important. So if you didn't like
population density, density becomes a play, because when do my freedoms, my rights affect somebody else who stands 2 feet from me?
Exactly.
My right to keep and bear arms is not infringed upon. So that means if somebody is 2 feet from me and they don't like guns, it don't make a fuck.
Exactly.
But
I don't like that you have guns.
my right to freedom of speech shall not be infringed either. So if I say something that somebody doesn't like, doesn't mean that you can stop me from saying it. But it also doesn't mean that you can't punch me in the mouth.
Trying to stop someone from saying it is an infringement of their rights, and you've become the tyrant.
I mean, you can punch me in the mouth for it. I do have to accept that responsibility, but you can't stop me from saying it. That is the whole point.
That's another thing. If you do so.
But this is the thing. Me? What you gonna do? You gonna shoot me for saying something? Come out.
Listen,
I'm just gonna mute you here. I'm gonna give you a server mute.
Even if someone did decide to punch you in the mouth for what you're saying, they've taken that step to attempt to infringe upon your liberties, and you're in a defensive manner should act accordingly. So if they've taken that line where they felt that obligation to do so, mutual combat. If you infringe it.
Have you ever asked yourself why Kyle Rittenhouse was never charged with possession of a firearm?
Second Amendment.
Well, his state does not prohibit people of his age at the time from holding a rifle, but it does bar other firearms. And that's because states have always had some right to regulate firearms. And that's possible. Because the U.S. Bill of Rights is a federal document. It didn't really get implications for the states until the 14th Amendment. You got to understand.
Right. However, it was the states agreed.
As liberty today by the U.S. Constitution comes from the 14th Amendment, not anything before that.
No, anything. All laws in pursuance of the Constitution, the states as well. They cannot supersede these things. Once the Constitution was ratified, once the Constitution was ratified, again, it says right in the Constitution, all laws in all areas, states, and territories of the United States will be in pursuance of the Constitution.
Which they are.
No,
not.
Because regulating anything. Like I said before, I can put a gun in the hands of a newborn right out of the womb. That is our constitutional right. Is it right morally? Fuck no. But the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse, that whole case should have never gone. Kyle Rittenhouse had the actual constitutional right to carry. He had the constitutional right to defend himself from, number one, a pedophile who actually left a mental institution 15 to 20 minutes before joining a riot, said, "I will kill you if I find you alone." He found him alone. He chased him down. He shot that dude.
Wait, are you sure he's a pedophile? Because remember, we have to be accurate nowadays.
That dude was found guilty of, oh god, what was it? It was a transgression against a minor.
Minor.
I know something about. I know that the skateboard dude. Now, the skateboard dude had absolutely no reason on the face of this earth to stop him in any way. There was nothing other than crowd mob rule, which is what democracy is. Mob rule saying he did something, get him. The skateboard dude infringed upon his right to
His
keep
name
him
was
around.
Rosenbaum.
No, Rosenbaum was the first one.
Yeah, Rosenbaum
was-
is a pedophile.
Rosenbaum was
the
the one that left the mental institution and then joined a riot saying, "I'm going to kill you, N-word. Shoot me, N-word." That's what he was saying.
Wasn't he also the one that ended up having some sort of sex charge with a minor or something?
Yeah.
I think he.
I
think he was.
Dude. That dude,
I could be wrong, but
literally, that dude was chasing him down. He was chasing Rittenhouse down because somebody said he shot somebody. Without knowing anything, that dude went there, hit him with a fucking skateboard, was going to pick up that skateboard and hit him again after already causing physical harm for absolutely fucking no reason in his under the law, absolutely no reason for him to do any physical harm to Rittenhouse. He was going to do it again. So therefore, under our laws, that was self-defense, 100%. If you're going to try to do damage to the point of even ending my life, I don't care if you say, "Oh, it's just a skateboard." What has skateboards done to people? I mean, Jesus Christ, you can punch me in the side of the head, in the temple, and I die. But yet you're talking about a skateboard who has absolutely more force than the punch behind you, can do infinite fucking damage, crack my skull, because he was hit with the skateboard itself. That dude was ended. The dude,
but can we confirm a skateboard to the head is a deadly weapon? He might have been just
100%.
writing it.
100%. Even your hands are deadly weapons. You can end a life with just punching somebody in the wrong place. You can end a life. Even your hands are deadly weapons. It doesn't matter. The UNICEF dude, I forget his fucking name. The dude who got shot in the arm.
Well, it's a name in the face.
Right. The UNICEF guy. I'm not going to call him bicep guy because he doesn't have to. The UNICEF guy who literally had his arm blown off. He pointed a gun. He pointed a gun. Why he had that gun is questionable, but he pointed a gun at Kyle Rittenhouse. He ran up with a gun in his hand. Rittenhouse pointed at him. He put his hands up with the gun in his hand. As soon as Rittenhouse lowered that barrel, he tried to point that weapon again. Therefore, Rittenhouse had every opportunity and by rights to defend himself. By the Second fucking Amendment, he had every right. That should have never gone to trial. 100%. He should have been released the moment that came out. And if it wasn't for people like Richie McGinnis, if it wasn't for people like Drew Hernandez and a lot of other people that caught this shit on camera, including FBI footage that was withheld that would have exonerated him 100%, including all that. If it wasn't for them people, that kid would be behind bars right now. Case in point, Derek Chauvin. So when we're talking about the Second Amendment and everything like that, I'm going to tell you 100%. Every
Not up for
single
debate.
law.
Like, it's just not. It's not up for debate.
Every single law, 100%. Even the ones we agree with. I do agree. We shouldn't have guns in children's in schools. We shouldn't. That's not a thing. Now, Uvalde and these school shootings we've seen makes me question. But then again, the teachers and faculty, had they had been armed,
I honestly don't give a shit, because that's all emotional. This is rational. You're not going to justify disarming the population, because every tyrant has. And our founding fathers were very freaking clear about this, because what started the Revolutionary War? Remember, our founding fathers never actually declared war. They declared independence from their tyrannical government. Their tyrannical government came over here and tried to do what? Disarm the population. Yeah.
Yep.
No. And every case in history of genocide and shit like that always was preceded by a disarming of the population. We will not go silently into that night. It is not up for debate, and that's exactly what the founding fathers intended, and that's exactly how Americans are going to react to that. Period.
Firearms can be prohibited.
No.
No. Sorry. It's not up for debate. It's indebatable. It shall not be infringed. There is no debate.
That is the point.
No
that
debate.
is the point. Now, we can argue the moralities of this all day, and you damn sure
I'm
have a
talking about
point.
the legality.
Legality is shall not be infringed.
Period.
That is
Define
the
infringe. What does
legality.
that mean to the court?
Unalienable rights. They are not governed by man or government. No. Nor by king.
It is your
No.
right to self-defense. It doesn't
Period.
matter. If I walked up on you and I wanted to take your life, it is your right to put me down.
In
So
fact, every one of the founding fathers argued for the fact that the people should have sufficient arms and ammunition to withstand against the tyrannical government.
100%.
Now look at what your government has, and look at what they're trying to restrict the people from. Come
So
on
you
now,
can
they've
look in
already
some
restricted
states
everything else. No.
You can also look in some states like California and Arizona. And
I don't care. California and Arizona didn't exist when the Constitution was written, so any laws that are created in those states should very well conform to the Constitution, should they not?
Yes.
Yes. The Constitution says that in every case, state, any level, they are in pursuance of the Constitution. That is what it says.
I love how the fact that this turned into a Second Amendment debate.
Well, to be fair, you wouldn't let me talk about butt plugs.
You're damn right. You're damn right. Because you want to shove them up my ass. It's not going to happen.
Look, I just look.
Look, hold on. Let's take both aspects. If you want to shove something up my ass, I have the right to defend myself.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
want to
now we're
put something
talking.
in my ass and I don't
I'm
agree
in.
with it,
Let's go. I'm in. Let's go. I'm in.
Let's go. Let's get.
we're not. No.
I will say to the chat.
Now we're talking about mob rule. All right, shit. Y'all want to shove shit
Right
in
now
my
we have
ass.
2
This
against
is my-
1. Will Joseph join us in
I don't
hitting
care.
you down
I
and
don't
putting the
care.
furry
I
butt
don't
plug in
care
your butt?
who says what. I don't care what law is passed.
I'll
You're not
shoot you,
going to
Abel.
strip me of the right to defend myself, nor my property. It's
Are you
not
going to
going to
help
happen.
us, Joseph?
Yet you're up for shoving
wait,
shit
hold on. Where
in
did
my
us come-
ass.
Wait, hold on.
So-
Where did us come from? You're alone in that one, Abel. Where did us come from?
No. Hold on. This,
1776. Are you going to help me?
Yeah, he said he gets to defend himself. I get to be muscle. I'm in.
this argument came
So
up.
we are 2-1. Joseph, are you helping me or you're helping Drunken?
I don't know that I'm helping anyone yet because you were alone on the butt plug thing, and I think I stand by that.
1776 said he was
You got
going
to
to
see
help.
some of the selections
Hold
that
on,
he's
hold on.
been looking at. He's
Hold
been
on.
carefully thinking this out for pleasure. You know, he's taking his time. He's really considering how Senpai's going to feel when these things are forcibly shoved into his rectum.
Hold up. Yes, that is the whole point. All right. He's just like, should I let them forcibly grape this dude?
Hold on, though.
With
Are you
plugs?
scared? Are you scared of this because you might actually like it, or are you scared of it because if he's picking him and you've picked on him as much as you have, he might pick some shit that's gonna have you saying hello?
The latter. I mean, if I like it, I like it. I don't care. All right. But the fact that you're forcibly doing it is the problem. All right.
Look,
You
Let
like
me
it.
at least
You like
willingly
it.
be
You
saying,
got
Can
the
I
shirt
say
that
something
says
about
"Govern
that?
me harder, Daddy." You like it.
no,
You got the shirt that says
absolutely
"Govern me
fucking
harder."
not. No, the shirt says "Chunky is the new hunky." All right. That's what I'm
okay,
wearing.
wait, Drunken, let me say something to chat. Chat, after we are done streaming, we're going to do a 30-minute after behind the scenes show. It's only
boy.
going to be on
Are we doing
OnlyFans.
No, we're
Oh
not.
yes.
Oh my god, dude, this is not going to. This is not going to be.
1776.
This is not going to
is
be
gonna
30
do
minutes. This is going to
We're
be.
all going to be
5
naked on
hours.
OnlyFans.
No, we're not. I don't want to see any of you motherfuckers naked.
Tune in for the after show.
Look, I don't
Let
want
me
to.
finish,
pay-per-view.
Drunken.
I don't want to
I'm
look.
out of it. For what
I
it's
don't want to
worth.
look at Abel's titty skittles. I've seen them enough. I don't want
Hey,
to
if I
see them
have to
again.
look at them, so do you.
No,
Look, I'll just be
you're
shirtless.
infringing upon my rights.
You do not have the freedom.
Don't we have free speech here?
Look,
I mean, free speech, yes, but you don't have the
I
right
will-
to show
okay,
me
look,
something
look,
I don't
look,
want to
look.
see.
Drunken.
So wait a minute. We might be able to compromise here. Can we do fan fiction of rectal insertion of Drunken Senpai and publish it and put it out there for all
I
to
mean,
view?
if you want to draw that out, that's on you. I mean, what can I say?
I'll find someone to do it.
Photoshop exists, and there are so many good clips of you out there on TikTok. I'm just saying.
Yes,
got
there
this.
are.
Look, all I'm just gonna say
And
Yes, I'm
just
gonna
from a
be
legal
shirtless.
standpoint, are you willing to give up all proceeds and profits made off of such content because you don't want any part of it?
Motherfucker, if you're using me, no, you're going to have to pay me.
well, technically it's gonna be
you're
under
in.
the voice of the people. I'll take all the
Problem solved.
profits.
You're in. You're gonna take the insertions, and we're gonna go on make this content and make money off of it. Let's do it.
No. See,
Look,
here's the
it's
thing.
gonna be on OnlyFans.
Whether willful,
We're gonna do a half-hour show.
whether
I'll be
willful
shirtless.
or not.
1776 will be nude doing the thinker, and you're gonna be completely nude and doing a Jack Murphy
In the
pose.
corner there,
You son of a
Senpai.
bitch, no.
Got you in the corner there.
Whether willful or not, you're still going to pay me for my likeness. I don't give a shit. All right?
Hey, I'm just
Joseph,
saying.
which one do you want to do?
Off my contract.
Hold up. That sounds so fucked up. Which end do you want to do, Joseph?
I want nothing to do with it.
All right.
Now, if you're gonna put it on
He wants
TikTok,
nothing to do with it, so he wants no proceeds off of this. Now, Senpai is saying he wants something to do with this now. So if he wants something to do with this, then
There
let's go
ain't
with the
no
original
something to
plan
do with
where
this.
we insert these butt plugs.
If you're talking about my likeness, whether forceful or not, I'm going to get paid for it. Now,
Hey, listen, we're either going to do some authentic content
Hold up. Whether forceful or not,
Only
I'm going to get paid. It's going to be forceful because I do not agree.
you do
you
not
will get
agree.
paid if you join us.
Which would
So I'm
fall.
saying you might as well. You might look.
I'm gonna
You
get
might
paid
if it's gonna,
regardless
look,
because you're using my likeness.
listen. If it's gonna happen, you might as well enjoy it. So let's just go the enjoyable route. That way we don't have to go through all the trouble of having to make the videos and do all the Photoshop and stuff like that.
Enjoyment
Neither
is
one, you're already
subjective.
here.
Are you in or not?
Why
'Cause
the hell are
can
we back on this subject? How did
did
this
start it off?
happen? I don't fucking, dude. I don't know. We had a talk. No. Let's bring this back for a little reference for Joseph. Dude, you were there. I know you were there. we had a little talk with the male talk of abortion, which somehow wound up for like 30-45 minutes of talking about butt plugs. Then it evolved into shoving said butt plugs in my butt.
No, I absolutely missed that.
Oh, you did? Oh my god,
100% missed that,
dude!
It was great. It was glorious.
I watched that episode. Just so, like, on the analytics and everything, I watched that episode for like 2 days just to make sure it wasn't going to be taken off TikTok or off YouTube for some fucking reason. I watched that. It hit 35, and I was like, okay, 48 hours after that, 35 views, everything's fine, right? I didn't pay attention again to it. So fucking Monday, before we did another show, right before the show, I looked at it again and I was like, holy son of a bitch. Why are we getting 165 fucking views on that episode? After the show, I looked at it and every single bit of the analytics said right before we got on the butt plug topic, our viewership increased. It went through the butt plug topic and started to drop off. After the butt plug, after I pulled the whole conversation back, like everybody wanted to see about the butt plug topic. Apparently,
you're welcome.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, there's a demand for the content. Either get on board or get out of our way.
Our way. So
I recommend get on board. It's funnier that way. I'll buy you that bodysuit as well.
This is not no.
hey,
There's
you know
no
what?
way in hell we can show what he's talking about with that bodysuit, but it was a facsimile of a male genitalia with a hole where the scrotum should be.
Oh no, that's the inside.
That's only the inside?
Yep.
It holds your scrotum? Like it keeps it warm or what?
Dude.
It simulates female genitalia.
And this is the shit that this motherfucker's looking up. Like, I never knew that existed until that episode. And he's like, hey, what about this? And starts looking
Now
shit
you know.
up. No.
Now you know.
Spend enough time with me and you'll find out.
And
to be fair, I know of it only because I know there are drag queens who wear that shit.
We have
So hold
gone
on.
off, way off topic.
Listen, he's willing to buy the suit so that you don't even have to sacrifice your rectum. He's even willing to buy the suit so you don't have to do it, but we can still make the content, still make a lot of money off of it, because clearly through the viewership, there's a market for this.
It's weird. Number one, it's weird. Why does it have to be me?
Because that's apparently what the viewership says. All the analytics point to it.
Plus, I already did it once. It's not. I didn't like it.
Well, I'm not gonna like it because
the viewers want what the viewers want, sir. Are you going to deliver, or when that calling comes, are you going to run away? I'm just saying.
When that calling comes, I'm going to run away because I have standards in my life. My ass. Sorry, look, my asshole is an exit only. I don't give a shit.
What happened to 20 bucks the fucking rails? What happened to 20 bucks is 20 bucks?
I've never said that.
What kind of sound does it make while you're running?
We must know this.
No, for science, answer the question, sir.
It's loud as fuck, and apparently because
it sounds like, oh yeah.
Ooh, woo, daddy. Ooh, woo.
I'm so fucking done with y'all. How did this happen yet again?
And for an extra $9.99, you can also get the sound. Govern me harder, daddy.
Why are we here? Yeah, we're supposed to be talking about if we're heading to Civil War or not, and apparently y'all want to shove shit in my ass. Yeah.
The viewers want this.
Listen,
the viewers want this.
Wearing dildo suits right now. We're not heading to any kind of civil war.
I actually think we fucking are. We're
the only civil war that's going to happen right now is
shit in my asshole. It's not going to happen.
The only civil war that's going to happen is the one in your ass.
Those are
the only y'all do what you do.
The year is 2032, the start of the second Civil War was the war over Drunken Senpai's rectum.
The only two sides parting are your cheeks, sir.
Yes, it's gold! It's gold!
In the end, there was no winner, just all losers.
Just a loose rectum.
So we need to know, Drunken. Are you guys with us?
Just divided butt cheeks.
Look. If that's
No
gonna
winners.
be the start of the Civil War, bring it the fuck on, because it's gonna take an army of y'all motherfuckers to spread my ass cheeks.
I just gotta get a few black guys and I'll pin you down.
He
No,
said he
it
can
don't
climb
matter.
when the heat's on.
It don't fucking matter. It's gonna take bring your breakfast, lunch, and fucking dinner, because it's gonna take all y'all motherfuckers.
He said
The
you're gonna need a
entire day.
jaws of life to spread these cheeks.
To be fair, all I need is an elephant tranquilizer and we're good.
I don't know how the fuck this happened yet. The fuck, dude.
Remember, the Second Amendment does protect this man's right to keep animal tranquilizers, sir.
Yes, it does.
You know what? I'll be back.
You have a fucking point.
He said he's adding that to his shopping cart, right?
This man's right to part your cheeks shall not be infringed, sir.
My right to not have my cheeks parted shall not be infringed.
Okay, then you gonna put this suit on and get in this. Let's go.
There comes a legality with that.
We'll iron the contract out later. Just put this on.
That's not happening. All right, let's go back to this. Stop. Second time. There has been some shit going in my ass, and it's not gonna happen. Let's
Okay,
roll this
so
shit.
do you guys want the good news or the bad news?
You notice
There
that he's
is no good
blushing?
news when it comes to my asshole. It's not gonna happen. What you got?
So I found some tranquilizers for Drunken.
I'm done with y'all. I'm straight up fucking done. We're ending this shit. We have talked
love
about
it
this
when
for
plan
damn
comes
near an
together.
hour now.
Found some tranquilizer. Sadly, we need a prescription for it. But luckily, since I'm Mexican, I can get some from Mexico.
Just hit the bodega south of the border, baby.
I'm gonna do an African tribe style. I'm gonna grab a pipe.
Glow
Gonna go
dart.
straight up to his ass.
Suddenly, I'm scared for my life.
I'm not.
This is the
I'm
type of
excited
shit
for
that ends
this.
up body cleaned up in the basement. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Fucking stop. Let's go back to. Oh, God damn it.
Was
I
anybody?
have
As soon as we tranquilize you, if you wake up
early.
early, we're gonna tranquilize you again until you are in the full body suit and you look presentable.
I have defended my butthole long enough. Let's go back to what the fuck we were talking about.
I forgot
What
at
was
this
that,
point.
sir?
All right.
Check this
What
Let's talk
were
about this.
we talking?
We lost fucking track. I remember the track. None of y'all do. All right. Number one,
We're waiting.
we've been beating the drums for so fucking long for war. Okay, the entire country, throughout our entire existence as a country, all we have done is beat the drums of war. However, we already had what you would call a civil war.
The hippie movement didn't want anything to do with war. Come on.
Are you serious?
Yeah, remember they wanted out of all the wars. They were spitting on soldiers when they came back. The whole hippie generation was not down with war.
The same hippie generation is beating those drums today. They're calling.
Oh yeah, those
Dude.
same free loving
Hold up.
hippies are the ones today saying, "Come and take it."
The cameras are fucked up, but no, I want to bring this up, and I want y'all to see this. Where is it?
Well, hold on. Before you do, set that up. Before you do, I do have to go away for today. Thank you for having me on. And Abel, if anything funny happens, let me know.
Will do.
This is going to be stupid.
I also
be the
found
work
chloroform
that he
for
does. He'll start sending you clips of it so that you can see the torture that we put Drunken Senpai through here.
Right.
You know?
Bye, Mister.
Honestly, is chloroform cheaper than this tranquilizer?
Yeah, because
Shut your mouth.
I can text you a recipe.
You shut your
Abel.
mouth too.
Abel, we're not trying to kill anybody. We don't know these things.
I'm Mexican. I'll probably ask one of my drug cartel cousins to figure it out.
Listen, I promise you, it's
There's enough women in Mexico for them to test it on.
Two very simple ingredients in a simple measurement. It's not hard.
Look, you're talking about people who can't fucking follow a simple recipe to cook, and you want them to make this shit. Stop. I'm gonna
watch. Making bake chloroform.
This is gonna be some necrophilia shit. Because I'm gonna wind up dead.
Easy now. For a small fee, you could go to my shop and
you can get the video of some smut.
You can go to my merch shop and search up the chloroform.
You can get the video of some gay smut porn things.
Technically, honestly, I'll make it easier.
God damn it!
I'll just ask the gays in California, and they'll tell me how to drug you easily.
Listen here, goddammit. We're not happening. We're not happening. This is not happening. We're not going down this route.
Just tell them you need something strong enough to quickly knock out a ferret, and you got what you need.
So you're calling me a ferret?
It's better than a pig.
You said I'm a ferret.
To be fair, it's better than being called a wild hog.
I'll agree with that. I'm not big enough to be a wild hog.
Than having your wife mistaken as your mom.
He does this every fucking episode. I'm surprised he hasn't made that joke yet.
Well, you haven't brought up your cousin, sister, and grandma wife yet.
You bring it up, not me.
Goddamn.
No, for Joseph, what he's talking about is we live in
Are you
Alabama.
even in that part of the South? Is that what this is?
We live in Alabama, yes. That's the whole point behind all that. But are we doing this?
That's why Alabama's so against that LGBTQ shit being taught in the schools. They don't want competition.
You son of a bitch! Stop giving him ammunition.
Look,
hey, the only
I'm
way
not gonna say nothing against you, but I might have an issue with your uncle and his brother, cousin, dad, husband.
What you can do
hold on. My uncle is fucking. We literally think he's the milkman of the family. All right, he is like we have Indian blood running through us. This motherfucker looks more Indian than everybody else. Okay, so
hey, listen, Garcia's just trying to help mix that up and give you a little Mexican in there.
A little Latin blood, a little Latin spice.
I'm pretty sure that's in my bloodline too. I don't need your artificial insemination.
He said that's rookie numbers. You need to boost those numbers up. He's gonna help.
I'll give you 50%.
Look, that's not gonna help. But yeah, let's pull those back. But seriously, guys, it's
pull this back. Interesting choice of words given.
Let's pull it all the fuck back. Put it the fuck
throw
away.
It back, y'all. Throw it back.
Well, like I said, I have to
pull
step
it back,
out.
not throw it back. But yeah.
Well, like I am going to step out. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Are you guys normally live on Wednesdays and Thursdays? Or is this last week of the week?
We have a varying issue right now. Like we were supposed to do something yesterday, but my ass was way too fucking tired. Abel,
you had too much to drink.
No.
You had too much to drink. You keep a yogurt fridge full of beer at your feet. You had too much to drink. Just say it.
Look, that has turned into a wine fridge.
The same shit.
No, but I do have a mini fridge.
Look, the day we know Drunken is no longer drunk on stream, it means that the beer fridge was turned into a wine fridge by his cousin, sister, and wife.
Look,
once there's no beer to go in it, we know the economy is taking a serious toll, and the rednecks have now it's over. They're no longer going to sit still because you fucked with their beer.
You damn right, son.
He is sober redneck.
On my right to get drunk as fuck and say whatever the hell I want. We're going to war.
You're
What's
fucking
worse,
with my bonfire.
Drunk redneck or a sober redneck?
I work Monday through Friday. I work for Saturday fires around the freaking fire pit, drinking my freaking beer, and you have now fucked with that. That's it.
This motherfucker summed up the South in one sentence. No, but
I know the feeling because that's me. I'm that. Leave me the alone.
All right, so Joe's got to run. Dude, I appreciate you stopping by and having some weird ass fucking topics that went from absolutely nowhere to absolutely fucking nowhere.
Straight up.
Yeah, it's going somewhere, but I won't be there for it.
Pity for the weak.
I'll see you next time, guys.
It's
Enjoy.
not going anywhere, but yeah, take it easy, dude. All right, let's pull this. I swear to fucking God. Why is the camera? Oh, yeah, that's right. Hold on.
He's so flustered thinking about all that action.
There we go. There we go. The camera should be straight. Fuck no, because I interrupted every damn thing. Fuck it. You know what?
Language.
Putting the Mexican on the bottom. And well, this ain't the first time I've done this.
What? Taking it from the bottom?
Been on the bottom.
I'm so fucking done with you. No, but
no, you gotta start before you can be done with me.
I'm not rearranging the cameras.
Because on my screen, he's above you, Drunken Senpai, and as he's talking, he's looking down at you like...
Look, all right.
If you could only see...
Why? Why does this happen?
Because you let it happen.
I think it's the guest we bring on. I'ma blame him. He's above me. I'ma blame him.
I can't. I'm next to you, so I don't know who you're talking to.
Here's the thing, guys. You know that we've been beating the war. We've been beating the drums of war forever. However, it like I said, it's beaten for us now, and the protest over the Roe versus Wade thing, number one, is a huge problem. Because of the leak, which has never happened up until now, which means the last form of any government that we have ever had has now been subverted. It has now been infringed upon. It has now been fucked up beyond belief. Because
the more you dig into it, you recognize that it already had been for a long time. But
yeah,
you're right.
But
this is the first time the crack in the veneer has shown.
Yes, it is now evident 100%, and it's. I don't know. Can this? Is it? It's not being shown on screen. But anyway, the protests that have happened outside the. Oh, it is showing. Every time I switch, I'm gonna have to keep that going. It is showing.
I mean, if you think about it, even if civil war itself is not inevitable, there has been an undeniable erosion in the large majority of the population's ability to actually trust the systems in place.
And that has been going on for a long ass time, but it is just now boiled up here. I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. The start of that happened during the Occupy Wall Street movement, where it was the 99% against the 1%. Every single one of us were united 100% under the flag of stop taking our fucking money to do this shit. And then all of a sudden,
I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter what form of protest we're looking at over the last few years, whether it's Antifa, BLM, whether it was the January 6th, they're all symptoms of the same thing. They're all symptoms of an overwhelming amount of the population being disgruntled with the people in power. That's what it is. All of these sides, that's why I keep saying, like, look, the people on the left, those ones that are genuinely pissed off and want to see something change because shit's fucked up, they have genuine freaking grievances that just are not being addressed. The people that are in the inner cities telling you that these are the problems that we're having, they're not lying, but it's a result of the policies that these politicians have put in place. Yeah. So it's all a symptom of the same thing, and it's all from the same source, and it's the corrupt ass fucking government. We're not enemies. We are allies. The problem is we've been given so much shit to divide us, which is all this political crap and this argument. That's why, let's be realistic. That's the real reason that shit leaked. It's a distraction because people are starting to come to terms with the fact that it's the government that's causing all of this shit.
100%. It is. And, I bring up Occupy Wall Street because that was the first time in real political modern history that the people were 100% united. But what came out of that? What came out of every single person being united under the same banner?
No real change, because ultimately, the grievances are being refused to be redressed anyways. Number two, the articulation of the grievances is hard to get because it's hard to get a consensus on anything because they've spent so much time and effort investing in keeping us all divided and not being able to have a genuine conversation about anything to come to a consensus about. In fact, every freaking argument seems to be ever more extreming to one extreme or the other. And both of them only serve to keep the government the ones in control.
Yes. But through Occupy Wall Street, what we saw was identity politics. What we saw is this guy hates you because of the color of your skin. This is what happened during Occupy Wall Street. Everybody united under the same fucking banner, and then all of a sudden, this dude hates you because of the color of your skin.
Right.
That's what happened. I don't give a shit what anybody says or how anybody feels. That's what happened. That's what divided us. And every 2 to 4 fucking years, all we see again is racism, 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 racism.
But
why
think
the
about
fuck
it.
Is that an issue still?
Think about this though. This is what they did. Look, we went all industrialized. Understand, they already acknowledged that we were a post-industrial nation, but the industrialized centers, our big inner cities, all our major cities grew up around industrialized centers that were titans of industry, from Detroit all across the U.S. Okay, that's where the big cities popped up, where all the industry was. Then, once we opened up to the global market, we de-industrialized. We sent all that stuff over there or anywhere else to get cheaper labor, which it helped their economies. It helped build different nations because it gave them opportunities to do things in their nation that they were far away from being able to do. And most of those jobs did create a greater quality of life for the people that took them. And you could argue, yes, it's taking advantage, but that's what corporations did. That's not capitalism. It's the corporations.
That is oligarchy.
It was never meant to be. Capitalism was never meant to be scaled up to a global level. It was supposed to be on a smaller level to allow for competitive markets in any given location, place. This stuff wasn't supposed to be New York Stock Exchange and all this garbage. It's all built off of a unconstitutional monetary system anyways. But that's the point of it. We, the people, ultimately have that power. We, the people, ultimately determine this stuff. And if we can, pull our heads out of our asses long enough to see that both sides have been using the divide and conquer tactics for so long, and we rise above that shit by regaining touch with the fundamental principles of what this nation was built off of, and taking that principles with what's already instilled in society. Because let's be honest, society now, racism exists in politics, and it exists in policies created by the politicians. So in that sense, I would argue that systemic racism exists, but it's a problem from the system in and of itself. However, the common individual, on a by and large basis, we don't see that because we're all blue collar. We're all working right next to anybody else that's willing to get the job done, work to pay for what we trying to live for, our families and shit. We don't see that shit. We're all struggling together. Right. That's by and large what the majority of American population genuinely thinks. The media and shit like that loves to boost this other shit, but all this shit is a policy problem. They deindustrialized these inner cities where a lot of these people came to try and seek out better opportunities. And then the government gave out the dole, making it easy while simultaneously stripping all of the valuable jobs from the industries out so that they could pay less and therefore profitize more off of this shit, corporations. Now they left these people in essential poverty, all collapsed in on one another, and you thought crime wasn't going to happen? They've created these policies, and they wanted this shit to happen so that they can create these tough on crime policies and push through these individual infringements on liberties on a large and small scale. It's all a part of the plot and plan. It's the social engineering we've all been subjected to. And it's so hard to break them perspectives for so long because you're still believing like left versus right. Well, both politicians are arguing for a government intervention. I'm arguing for stop letting the government intervene in your individual liberties, in your way of life. Stop relying upon them. Because their systems, the ones that they created, are the ones that they are using to literally strangle you with now. The money system, the fucking system of our food, our whole economy. They're strangling you with it now.
Yes, 100%. Even
all of us. Both whether you support the left or the right, they're strangling all of us.
Yes, it's become a uniparty. It has become a uniparty situation, and I don't give a shit what anybody says. The left and the right are the same damn things. They're just arguing different fucking talking points to the same end. It doesn't matter.
And ultimately, it comes down to government, more government control, more government control, more government control. Rather than pulling back on these policies that have clearly failed over decades, they double down on them, further exacerbating the problems no matter where it's at, whether it's in the sticks or that's why nothing ever changes or gets better for the people.
Right.
Because rather than just saying, okay, we tried this policy, it clearly didn't work. Let's try something else. Let's try something new. The government's not representing the people. That's why when they agree, what do they agree on? Dole me out some more money. Ultimately, we pay for that too.
Well, they do say let's try something new in accordance with what's already in place, which
failed policy upon failed policy.
For anybody out there that is technologically inclined, and you know, I have a problem with the game that I play as well because they do the same shit. If you've got a broken code from the very beginning, adding shit to that broken code only creates more problems within that system until it's 100% not viable for you to do that.
And this is why the argument that all 2A laws are infringements, because once you start qualifying, there's no qualifications. These rights are inalienable, they're inherent to all people. Once you start trying to qualify and justify and then allow enforcement of justifications of being able to deny somebody or a class of people or oh well, it seems justifiable, but you're setting the precedent to allow further. And that's the reality of it. each of us are responsible for our own individual liberties and freedoms, while simultaneously being responsible for other people's, the ones around us. Why? Because if you allow someone to infringe on, say, your neighbor's liberties, right? How long before people realize this and they're coming to your door next?
Right.
That's why that duty to one another is there, that social contract. Like, I respect your liberties, you respect my liberties, and if anybody tries to trample on, we're going to come to one another's defense. And you build that in your communities, and there's nothing that any of these tyrants are going to be able to do to stop it. You've seen standoffs with the government. You don't think that could happen again? Yes, it very well. Again, tyrants inevitably do not like being told no and will attempt to try force. Okay,
Yes.
That's what inevitably happens. But you don't have to be the one to apply force first, because that's not the example our founding fathers set anyways, right? They waited until the tyrants came here and tried to exert their will and their force, and then they went at them.
Right. Which is, it's actually kind of what we're seeing at this point. Like, you know, they've always said the right's beating the drum, They're doing this. However,
we don't want this.
No,
we don't want this,
because we know what's going to happen. We know what it plays out. If anybody's paid attention into history, if anybody looks into shit, we know that they're like, there's an outpouring of people actually putting up this thought that, like, I'm sitting here watching my kids play and I'm realizing that there's the potential that I might have to do some seriously fucked up shit to make sure that they're going to be all right. To maintain those things that we believe in, which I have seen in huge influx with, and that is left and right.
I think I mentioned it the last time I was on here. There was that 11-year-old kid that came into my live on TikTok, broke it down, said, I don't understand what's going on, but I've now been forced at 11 years old to start actually considering and looking at these things and forming an opinion on my own, because I'm looking at these adults acting like freaking kids that can't seem to get their heads out of their ass enough that now it is my concern. This kid his only concern should be like, damn, I'm going to go out and play until the street lights come out, ride a bike, do whatever it was, kid shit. And This kid's got to sit here and actually contemplate his future, because it's his future on the line that we're all sitting here playing with.
Right. 100%. And shout out to that fucking kid, because that motherfucker's paying attention.
More so, shout out to his freaking parents for raising an individual to think on a rational basis and be able to formulate his own thoughts and opinions, because they weren't coming out of anybody's mouth but his own. He's like, look, this is my personal opinion, and this is why.
100%. Shout out to those parents as well.
Instantly restored my faith for the potential of the future. And I see a lot of this shit more and more. Like, look, do you understand? I've suffered bouts of depression because I'm looking at society in whole, and I'm like, decades ago, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, I'm in my early 20s and my late teens, and I'm looking at all the information, and I'm looking at that people are just now accepting as commonplace, and I'm like, man, these people are never, ever going to see what hits them. These people are not, they don't understand just how quickly this system has turned on them, and they don't get it.
Right.
But now I'm seeing it all over the place. So it's cyclical. When we don't learn from history, we repeat it. We're hitting that point where history is going to want to repeat itself. We have the ability, and you see a lot of people talking about it, being the generation that stops the cycle. Which we have this potential right now in these moments, as people are more and more coming to terms and realizing this shit. We have the potential to take the lessons we've already learned from history, and in this moment in time, stop that freaking cycle of genocide, of hate, of ever-encroaching government control over other people. We have that ability to shape that future on a fundamental level, not just here in the United States, but on a global scale. Think about it. Every country across the globe nearly has been out protesting their government, arguing with their government, not willing to take it laying down from their government anymore. The conscious minds of people have been suppressed for so long that it's not going to work for much longer.
Mm-mm.
People are waking up to it. And even the people that blindly follow, once that shit really takes into effect on a large scale, even the people that are currently following shit that we're absolutely against, once that tide turns, like sheep, like NPCs, they're just gonna follow along.
And that is a huge fucking problem, because
And the reality is, every single one of us has the option, because it is our life, it is our world, it is the world that we are shaping in the future we are shaping. And you've got options. You can either lead, you can follow, or you can just get the hell out of the way, because it's happening regardless.
it is.
Time does not wait for any man.
But as far as that goes, with we are standing at the precipice of either a civil war, because we got the sheep that just follow the fuck along, and we got an ever expanding reach of people who are waking up to this shit. Hold on. We have a reach of people who can just follow along, but we also have an ever expanding reach of people who are waking up to this shit, who understand this shit, who are actually following the fuck along. And that side is growing. We are standing on the precipice of either A, a civil war, or B, a revolution.
I just want to throw an idea out here. Just like devil's advocate, right? We already know that they control the media and they push their agenda and their propaganda, right? How much of this
failing?
How much of this sheep mentality that appears to be out there is genuinely out there, and how much of it's not just psychological warfare to make us think that we're that outnumbered? Because I see it. I see the desperation. If we don't do something soon, they're just going to corner us slowly but surely. And I'm like, do you not understand the power that you hold? You, the individual, and you, the individual with the people around you, do you not understand the power that you hold?
No,
they
don't.
Enforce nothing. They can enforce not a damn thing. If you and the people around you are saying no, they can do nothing. Prohibition proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. And it's the one argument that they make to trying to be able to alter a ratified amendment, right? There is no other example. It's the only example they have, and it's the precedent that they set that they think allows them to do it. No, it doesn't.
Well, hold on. No, the mask mandates actually brought that up too. You know, everybody was in greed up until a certain point to where it became like, why? Why are we doing this? Because we've been masking up. We've been doing this for so fucking long, and it's still gone out of control. What is the mask doing? Absolutely fucking nothing. And then you got Anthony Fauci. Strap 2 on. Fuck. Strap 3 on. No, there's no science that backs that up in any way, shape, or form. Fuck it.
Realistically, this is the thing. This is how you know it was targeted to do damage. All the policies created was targeted to do damage, because all of the very things that would have helped prevent most of this shit, as in breathing fresh air, getting outside and getting sunlight, that's what they wanted to prevent you from doing. All the things that they closed down gyms, they closed down all those different things, except for what? Big corporation box stores, right? That's the only place COVID can't get you. And now you're funneling everybody through this shit that's sitting at home that just wants to get out of the fucking house. Now they're all funneling through there. Well, of course you're going to spread it through the fucking population, you dumb fuck. Right. You just shut down all other avenues and options and allowed it to concentrate in one place.
And none of it ever fucking worked as far as that goes.
You don't. That's common sense, though. You don't even need like science. Like seriously, that's common sense. That's 5th grade fucking science right there, bud.
Common sense is a superpower, dude.
Yeah.
Common sense is a fucking superpower.
It's a curse. It's a curse because nobody else has it. It's a misnomer. It's not as common as it implies it is.
It's not common, yes. But I mean, from a standpoint here, with all of this is considered, like, we've gone so far fucking off the rails from what we should have been. Just a heads
up, we're at 2.5 hour mark.
I'm willing to keep going with him. I mean, if you want to back out, dude, that's cool. But I'm willing to keep going right now Because
All right, because I've been falling asleep for the last 25 minutes.
all right, I'm
Do
willing
we
to keep
bore
going
you?
because, like, dude,
No, I've just had a long day. I finally got a job, and I'm just like tired from that shit.
He was energized while the topic was butt plugs and getting in your cage,
right,
you know.
right now that it's not, he wants to go away.
Would you like me to start that again?
No,
And I will show Chad of a few items I bought for you.
absolutely fucking not.
Mhm.
And you would literally have us. The stream would end right here, right fucking now.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure YouTube.
Are you
might allow
threatening
it.
to abort a live stream?
Look, YouTube is already. No, I'm not aborting it. YouTube is already on our fucking asses because I gave out
Probably
fucking
because you're
information
shouting out
for
fucking
Pfizer
assets. I don't know.
themselves. All right. It may take a couple of days, but YouTube would be in our asses and bending us over that barrel. I got to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh.
I'll wait till he returns, so you're not alone. No
We're
estás
all
solito.
We're all alone. There's no one coming to save you. Act accordingly.
Look, I'm just gonna say I can't wait till he's coming.
I might as well plug it. You know, I got a merch link and shit. Check out the TikTok I just started. You know, got
I'm
one.
gonna give you a server mute if you keep self-promoting.
Get you, huh?
I'll give you a server mute for 5 minutes if you keep that up.
Oh, all right,
We
my
don't do
bad.
self-promotions in here.
Oh, clip that out. My bad. I didn't.
We don't even self-promote our merch because we don't have any yet.
Hold up, you son of a bitch. That's the whole point of this. It is the people's fucking voice, not ours.
Yeah, don't we have First Amendment rights? Don't we have First Amendment rights, tyrant?
And now you got it.
No.
Dude, dude, seriously, get you guys some merch, man. You should definitely start selling some butt plugs, dude, because...
No. Look, his all right. I'm pretty sure you've seen it. At least in passing. If not, I'll pass it along. His editor came up with one badass fucking like emblem that was great. And let me see if I can. Fuck, that was so long ago within Discord.
But you didn't want to use it.
Oh, I did. I'm definitely into it, dude. I fucking used it. It's literally just two people beside each other, just talking into a mic with the American flag behind it, and it's just like up underneath it, it says "Voice of the People." That is fucking awesome. I love that.
I think somewhere in there.
I've had it in some of my videos on TikTok too. So,
all right, I'm heading out, guys. Have a good day. Bye.
All right, take it easy, man. So everybody's back down now. It's just me and you. This is gonna get fucked very quickly. But no. I mean, the stream is still. I gotta go back to this to even show. There we go. But yeah, with the whole thing of the Roe versus Wade thing that was leaked, which I guarantee you was a planned fucking event. Number one.
Well, it's also a double-edged sword, dude. Like there's somebody that's made the point about it, how it's not just about abortion, it's also about medical freedom, right? So it did shape some federal shit that like HIPAA and stuff was kind of flowed from that ruling. So it's one of those things where, think about it. Big Pharma's trying to kind of take over the scene with being able to market products, and now gene therapy being able to alter certain things. They want that. They're going to allow for this shit, and it's going to be a marketable thing. And now it's for profit. And
yes,
pay the government enough, and then you can force the modification you want on the population, right?
oligarchy leading into fascism. That's literally what it is. And I don't give a shit what anybody says. Okay. When you, especially with the Davos event and everything, giving the World Health Organization the right to move into any fucking country, no matter what. And I need to follow up with that because I'm going to be honest. I don't know what the fuck happened with that. I think it was put on hold. I'm not fucking totally 100% sure. But the fact that we also brought this to light is it's things like this. It's independent media. It's people talking. It's things like this that have brought that to light. Because if we had not done that, what would have happened?
It's actual open dialogue that is going to get the recourse. It's also going to get the redress. But you have to understand everything that you're able to actually articulate. And so many people create opinions based on what? This is the funny thing. They say trust the science, but a lot of people are quoting statistics like they're facts and statistics. Well, they come from a sampling of a small portion of a population, right? And they get the answers, they compile them, and then what they do is they use theoretical extrapolation. They're going to assume that if this little segment of the population answers in this way, that we can assume that on a larger scale, this population overall is going to think the same way. And so they'll extrapolate that to get their percentages, which isn't it weird how it always seems to end up like, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. It's always in that range, like almost like it's manipulated or controlled to stay in a certain path to make it seem like we're all divided on everything. But that's another story. But the point is, it's extrapolated.
It's never anywhere beyond the whole point of 100%. This is going to happen, or even 80%. Like that's the
right. But it's theoretical extrapolation of a smally compiled data, and science is the same fucking way, right? I know they don't teach it too much in school, but there was the whole scientific method. Science itself is based on hypotheses. Hypotheses that you're hypothetically speaking, if we understand this to be true and you do experiments and you test that theory and you record your results, and then once you've recorded your results and done this over and over again, you try to, repeat the stuff and you have to reassess your hypothesis. That's how science is. That's how science is advanced.
Right.
Now you're just saying like, okay, science is whatever this person who managed to get the most funding from whoever was willing to pay it to say a study the way they want it to be. Because they've skewed the data. They've played with it so much. It's all controlled information.
Kind of like the COVID death count.
That way, everything you research, it's confirmation bias, reaffirmation of those preconceived notions that you were given from your indoctrination and education system.
Let's see if we can. No, that's. I need to take a look here.
Well, simultaneously, the thing you have up here with the stream, it shows Justin Kavanaugh, and they were doing protests outside his house and shit.
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit.
They've got people actually supporting an attempt to influence a justice. Do you not
should be outside of political influence?
That is absolute anathema to the American concepts, dude. These are supposed to be the untouchable frickin' people. Politics, nothing touches them. They are Teflon. Shit don't stick.
Right.
Because they are 100% wholeheartedly making every determination not based on the politics or public opinion, but on the Constitution.
But yet it was okayed. It was literally okayed by our federal fucking government to protest outside these motherfuckers' homes. Like, that is a fucking thing. That's what pisses me off.
Selective application of the right to assemble peaceably. Selective application. Yes. And those selective applications always inevitably are controlled and used to deteriorate further the ability to do so.
Because, hold up, the populist kind of right wing, it doesn't matter what you want to call it, whatever. the MAGA things or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They were called super spreader events, but yet these motherfuckers were allowed to riot across the country, and it was okay. As a matter of fact, it beat COVID. That's what the fuck they were putting out in your fucking news. These motherfuckers were allowed to burn down motherfucking places. These motherfuckers were allowed to kill people. These motherfuckers were allowed to do whatever the fuck they wanted as long as it supported your narrative in the fact that it beat COVID. But yet, people like us get together. We talk. No, that's a super spreader event. How the fuck does that make sense in your mind?
Because nobody has been able to escape the indoctrination of the education system, and you allowed these same people to control the education system. You've allowed these same people to slowly insert themselves into every system that you rely upon, and therefore control every one of those systems. They've taught you what they wanted you to learn. They taught you just enough to keep you a busy worker, constantly chasing that dollar. Right. And trapped in this ever expanding need for servitude by them. For profit.
I actually do believe that the divide between that actually happened with us. Like, all right, our parents are pretty much like the older generation, us above us, the older generation. So when they gave birth to us, are still kind of unified in a certain extent. You know, they're still kind of unified under the same fucking banner. They may disagree with each other, but they're still unified under the same fucking belief system. Here we are, in our generation, we are divided. And
are we divided or are we defiant? Because all I'm seeing across the board is defiance of a system that has slowly slaughtered its own.
We are divided in the sense that we were indoctrinated. Now, it's people like us who woke up to that indoctrination. It's people like us who saw that shit. It's people like us who, take Rosa Parks, for example. We were taught that she literally sat in the front of the bus, and she's like, nah, I'm not gonna fucking move. That shit was fucking planned. That shit was fucking planned by our own government. And now we're just realizing this shit.
They have co-opted any meaningful assembled movement. This is the thing that people got to understand. Any organization, any attempt to truly organize or centralize anything in any kind of defiance is going to be met. It's going to be co-opted. People are going to get into it. Decentralization is the future, but decentralization also requires, in as much as is possible, self-reliance, self-sufficiency, and as well as willing contract between you and your fellow man around you, or woman, whatever you want to identify as. It's irrelevant as in relation to the conversation. But the point is contracting with others to better provide for your needs and whatnot. But it's all completely volunteer contract. If you'd much prefer to stay by yourself and do your own thing, the point is the community around you is going to have to, it's going to be your defense. It's going to be your reliance, because if you can't rely on the people around you to keep you all going, then you're all going to fall.
Right.
There is no, and I understand people are like, oh, well, we can't keep allowing them. We can't keep doing this. We've got to do something to take a stand. Understand that they have continuity of government protocols. Even if you were to get into those buildings and take over the symbolic things, the real government goes underground. People replace whatever you got a hold of. You can't even institute a new government or have it recognized by anybody on the world stage, because remember, they're cooperating with the rest of the tyrants. Remember?
Yes.
You're not going to be recognized. You're not gonna have any, and they have their systems set up to have communication with the rest of the world around them. Like I said, though, Here's the thing: they can't actually field a force large enough at this moment to hope to do anything of any real value for their plan as far as disarming, unless we act a fool. Because here's the reality: with every nation is going through some sort of protest, or people are rising up against their government. It's all over the world. Where do you think the UN and NATO get their troops from?
Exactly.
Those member nations, they can't spare anything because they're still trying to hold on to their tyranny, right?
But look at Kazakhstan, for example. What happened with that? They rose the fuck up and they damn near assassinated or kidnapped.
Now understand that's
their
not
politicians, and they're not part of the NATO.
Listen. That's also the thought that they have also hammered into our heads as part of the indoctrination to do that. And they have planned for that. That's why I said the continuity of government, you're not even going to touch them, really. They're going to continue. They're going to go underground where we can't get them, and they're still going to coordinate and try and control and run this fucking country. And now that also gives them the leave to strip, to completely gut, even though they've made plenty of inroads, the habeas corpus, which prevents the arbitrary lockup or just arbitrary imprisonment or whatever they want to do just because.
Right.
Habeas corpus is the linchpin upon which all the rest of the Fifth Amendment and all that other, it's what the linchpin of all of it. Once habeas corpus is stripped away, and it can only be done in civil disorder or in cases of insurrection, which is exactly what the media is going to label any attempt to do that as. Not only that, hold on.
Before we go any further, for everybody that potentially listens, what is habeas corpus?
Habeas corpus?
What is that?
It is an independent thing. It transcends the Constitution. It actually goes back, I believe it was traced back possibly even further, but the one thing that I know is it traces back to Magna Carta, okay? And essentially what it is burden of proof, okay? There has to, you can't justifiably infringe on another individual's rights in any sort of authoritative position without some sort of proof or due process, okay? And it's the kind of the linchpin, like habeas corpus is the briefest thing. Like if you look it up in Latin, it's essentially produce the body, so to speak. So, essentially infringing on someone's life, for example, taking a life. You can't just convict someone for taking a life without burden of proof. The body, that kind of thing. Show me the body if you say I murdered, right? So essentially, it's what it is it's ensuring that you cannot arbitrarily be imprisoned or charged for a crime or whatever, or just found guilty with absolutely no evidence. The Fifth Amendment,
the January 6th defendants that break habeas corpus.
Well, that's what 9/11 was, the whole Patriot Act and a lot of these other acts that they've done, and they've just continued to re-up are unconstitutional because of that. They're violations of habeas corpus. You're justifying a reason to deny an individual things that are clearly, from fundamentally, individual liberties and freedoms. You can't justify it.
100%.
Under no circumstances.
But as far as that goes, what you were talking about is with all this, another thing that kind of infringes upon that.
Habeas corpus goes, and all of your other rights go.
Lockdowns.
Because the minute that they can get, everybody seems to think that it's martial law, right? Understand we're essentially already operating under martial law. Okay, that's why they have police forces, and that's why they have standing military. Constitutionally speaking, federal government was to have no standing forces. All of it came from state militias or the unorganized militias, okay?
Right.
You can justify it any way you want. The Founding Fathers all abhorred the idea of a standing military force, especially under a centralized government. So that argument is moot. There is no justification. The military forces, all as they exist, are unconstitutional. However, give all due respect to the men who of their own accord decided to take upon the burden of what they thought was a righteous cause in service of their nation. Respect that.
100%, and I do, including my fucking brother, who I will meet on the fucking front line. I don't give a shit. I'll do respect for you. It is not their fault that these petty tyrants have used our people as mercenaries to go and die for foreign and corporate interests. Right. I'll do respect my fucking brother. The fact that you stood up and you were willing to do that, I understand. I fucking respect. Oh, we got Daz in the conversation. I'll do respect. I do fucking understand. I get you. You are right. Fucking salute you, you son of a bitch. However, you are talking about, you advocate for the fact that the federal government should take away my fucking rights and everything about that. I will meet you on the fucking front line. I don't give a shit. You are not my brother.
Ultimately, that was the line in the sand for our founding fathers. So is it not fitting that, like you said, you fail to learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it? Right. Is it not the most fitting point in history to break the cycle of that history? This is the point in time where free men take the resounding stand and say no. No more tyranny. And in fact, if you're going to make us take this stand and you're going to cross that line in the sand, then it's not going to stop here. We're going to spread this idea of absolute liberty across the face of the entire fucking world. And let every single, because the Declaration of Independence says that all men are created equal and endowed with certain unalienable rights, that among them life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And those inalienable rights are further expounded in our Constitution, and we understand them to be the Bill of Rights. And therefore, I'm going to support that no matter where it's at. That's not just America, because we said all men are created equal. So if we have to have this battle, it's going to be that righteous battle. It is going to be that battle between free men and women and tyrants. And we're going to wipe it from the face of the freaking earth one way or another, whether it's arming everyone and allowing them to understand these concepts and defend themselves from tyranny, or in any other aspect. But we will not stop this time, because last time we stopped at our shores and we allowed King George to go his own way, and it's progressed and gone and whatever, and tyrants have continued to rule over the majority of this freaking world since. Okay?
Des, I'm gonna be honest, man. I think you walked into the wrong conversation. But what's up? How you doing?
I did. I definitely did. I was like, "What's going on?"
Clip that shit. Write that down. I want that whole speech clip, because that's going on TikTok.
You do it yourself. You know where it is.
Oh, that's too much work.
I'll see how this goes. But no, what's going on, Des? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just reached home.
Probably again. Out of here. I gotta get back to work and getting everything put together.
All right. Well, before you go, with everything that is considered, with everything being the rights banging the war as a drum here, or the drums of war here in the United States. And then all of a sudden, the Roe versus Wade, the left's banging the drums of war here in the United States, especially with this motherfucker who literally was arrested hanging outside of a federal judge's home. Are we headed to civil war?
Like I said.
I
think war is inevitable, but I don't think it's going to be a civil war, because I think ultimately they're going to push until they want that disarmament, and they're going to try and justify that, and that's the line in the sand that our founding fathers decided to draw, and I believe that most of modern America is going to draw that line too. And I don't think that I think that transcends left and right and other sides of politics. I think there are far too many that understand the concept, and that those people are growing every day, that disarmament ultimately leads to genocide quickly after. And
Definitely does.
We're not going to allow it here. It's the line in the sand our founding fathers drew, and it's the line in the sand that we will too. And we'll die on that hill.
I'm definitely willing to do that myself, because throughout history, no matter what, it all rings true. The moment you disarm people...
Henry, listen, I encourage anyone and everyone to genuinely sit back, look at the state our nation is in, and read that Patrick Henry's "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" speech, because at the end he said it is nothing less than a question of freedom or enslavement. Give me liberty or give me death.
100%.
Enslavement is a fate worse than death, and our founding fathers believed that to their core.
100%. And, you know, like I was saying, it comes down to a whole point right here, right now. Doesn't matter how you line politically. When a government tries to disarm their people, it always ends the same exact way. If you want a reference, look into China. If you want a reference, look into what's happening in Australia right fucking now. And we're
every
seeing
single
this.
atrocity in history, disarmament preceded it. And this is the reality.
It even happened in fucking Germany. Y'all want to bring that back? We all know what happened in fucking Germany during World War II. That even happened in Germany, and now they're starting it on another border in Canada because of an issue here.
It happened in Ukraine during the reign of the Soviet Union, where millions starved over there. The Bolshevik whole revolution. It is everywhere. Kuwait. It's been in the Middle East. China. China currently is slaughtering systematically some of its people, dissenters as well, just based on genetics. Like this is nothing new. Tyrants have long held control over a majority of this world. This was supposed to be what was different. This was supposed to be something different.
Something that stood the test of time. However, every empire roughly around the time has existed for 250 years. We're beyond that point.
We're 275. The irony is, anybody who really digs into it and does the research, 75 years after we formed was when our federal government stepped away from the Constitution. And it was at that point, since then, that's 250 years, and this empire is collapsing around us. So understand that we are right on schedule. History is right on schedule.
Fair enough point with that.
So, again, it is a crossroads in history. It is the crossroads upon what the future it can be. But ultimately, some things are inevitable, and tyrants don't like being told no. So, certain things are inevitable. But we ultimately get to determine where we go from here. And that's why.
And the ultimate determination is, are you going to bend the knee and be under the will of the select few? Or are you going to stand up? Or are you going to stand up and say, fuck no? That's all it boils down to.
It's very simply, it is exactly what Patrick Henry put in his speech. It is the determination between freedom or enslavement. And if you are genuinely one of those individuals that believes in freedom, then you're going to make that determination. But our founding fathers set every fucking example for us, in not just in the declaration, not just in the paperwork, but in how they handled every aspect of it. So refamiliarize yourself with it, because it's repeating. And if you understand it, you are also, you understand that much the way that the founding fathers shaped the entirety of what America has become, we have the ability to shape what the future is going to hold. And that's going to very much determine on whether or not people start understanding what their inherent individual liberties and rights are and start standing for those things against anything that would encroach it. And it doesn't require an actual firearm to do so. There are a multitude of ways that you can stop allowing tyrants to step on you while still maintaining a civil standing.
Right.
But you can only do what you're comfortable or feeling safe doing. I understand that we're under threat of loss of everything, life, liberty, home, everything. But one thing's for certain, you're going to lose it all, because the ultimate plan is that they will own nothing and will be happy. So if that's not what you want, you better get with the real program, or you better get off their program, which means you need to deprogram yourself and come and look at this from the standpoint of freedom or enslavement. Give me liberty or give me death.
And if that comes to the whole point, I choose death.
We'll see how many actually have that constitution. You know, I see a lot of people jump on my posts when I say this, and they're like, "Oh, so many tough guys on TikTok." Oh, they don't understand the purpose behind it.
Now, some of us. Hold up. Especially, I have seen this, and I will admit this. The motherfuckers, especially on TikTok, the motherfuckers that tell this shit, the motherfuckers that speak against this shit, are the motherfuckers that are willing to stand up.
The thing is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I love it. I love it when those guys get on there and say that. Not because all I can say is, are you projecting? Either way, thanks for the support. Because the fact that you took the time to comment on it boosts my content. It adds one more comment. It adds one more interaction, which boosts me in the algorithm content. It's why you fuckers can't keep me off your FYP. It's why after you banned 3 accounts, the very next day, I was already on your FYP, and I didn't even have a fucking 100 follows. I am like herpes. You can't get rid of me.
But that is a point, because I'm working on my second account, and you are every fucking where. But I have literal small engagement, and that comes because of Obi's bullshit. But whatever.
No,
We
they
all know
got me.
that motherfucker.
It took me 3 accounts, but my first account went to 11K before it got shadow banned. My second account got up to like almost 18. The third one I hadn't even used. It only had a couple hundred followers. It was the backup, and I've only posted 2 things. They took that too. But then immediately I turned around and I made that third account. And like I said, within the second video, I was on the FYP. And the people that I was in contact with that realized that they had gotten me started bumping it too. So I made it to FYP. That's why I made that video. Like, hey, those of you that hate me, just know that I know I'm on your FYP.
Right? But yeah, it's funny to me that with a Chinese run fucking app, that the ones who are actually speaking the real fucking truth are the ones that are actually doing something on that app. You know what I'm
Dude,
saying?
I question whether or not I'm on the autism spectrum, because I kind of just understand these algorithms, and like I definitely butt plug those things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, they're unwilling participants to being butt plugged, because your algorithms mean nothing to me. You can try to silence me, but I'm still here. I'm still here.
And we need to fucking talk about that, because my ass has been butt plugged. Not taking it back to that whole situation. We're done with that conversation. All right. But yeah.
I saw what it was when someone explained it to me, how China has specifically the use of their app in China. If you look at the things that are actually bumped up and put up there to be like mass follows and stuff, it's all engineering stuff. It's all intelligence-based stuff. It's all over here, the stuff that gets the most attraction, it's petty-based, and it's algorithmically designed to be that way, right? The most ridiculous stuff is what gets attention. It reinforces and reaffirms that in our minds, because psychologically they've broken down the human psyche enough to for the most part, systematically control people, giving them the appearance of being able to make their own determinations and decisions while simultaneously walking through life completely oblivious of what's really going on.
Yeah.
Also known as Mr. Smith syndrome from The Matrix and NPC syndrome, where you are literally just walking through life in a haze. You have no idea. You are literally just a cog in the machine.
Right.
In fact, if anything threatens that shit, you'll come out to defend it.
All right. I do have to take another little break. I'm drunk as shit. I gotta take a piss again. I'll be right back.
You broke the seal.
I did.
Keep saying I gotta get out of here, and yet I'm still here. Fight against the tyrants is never over. Act accordingly. But either way, Drunken Senpai is holding up to his name of Drunken Senpai.
Correct.
And our other guest has decided to mute himself because he heard some crazy white guy tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist shouting off about government being corrupt and shit, and he doesn't want any part of that. And I get it, man. I get it.
Oh,
No. But
I thought I unmuted already. My fault. I was hearing you the whole time, like making this dinner. I was like, I thought I unmuted you, and I was like, yeah. And you were like, I'm hearing the Chinese, and you was comparison like the intelligence they use in NPCs. You were talking about Mr. Smith, and you talking about how perception in America is when we using social media. I heard everything.
No, I was just cracking a joke to fill the silence because Drunken Senpai has a little bladder and had to go tinkle.
look, you son of a bitch. I'm already 9 deep. All right. This is what we're doing. I am fucking 9 deep. I had some before the show because I knew this was going to be some fucked up situation, and apparently because I had you on, we were talking about butt plug situation again. However,
we went from fighting tyrants to plugging your anus real quick.
that was incredibly quick, and I was not prepared for any of that shit.
That escalated quickly.
No. I mean, to be fair, you are right. Number one, I am living up to my name because if I'm going to do this fucking shit, if I'm going to come to a point to where, like, all right, the whole Drunken Senpai thing came from a game, and Daz knows this. You know, we came to, he was actually part of the reason why the whole senpai came up. Like, I get drunk because I can't play games sober. So when, you know, I'm drinking, I'm pretty good at shit. And I can help people. I can see their weaknesses. I can see their strengths, and I can help them develop them along the way to where they exceed my expectations, what I can do, which plays not only in the games, it plays into everything else. But it only happens when I'm drunk.
Strategic mind.
Right. It only happens when I'm drunk. That's the thing. I can't fucking do this shit sober.
Altered perceptions allows you to realize a lot of things, and it's why they've gone through great lengths to try and prevent people from doing it, including introducing poisonous drugs to give you something similar in the effect, but it's chemical rather than, well, I mean, it's all chemical, but it's a different.
It's all chemical. Yes, I'm in the fucking system, but I'm here to let you know that, motherfucker, when I'm in the system, I'm helping you. All right? Because I can't articulate this shit when I'm sober.
We're all part of the system. We're stuck in it. Remember, it's the financial system. It's the education system. They have control. To a great degree, it very much is the Matrix. Those that unplug they spend their lifetime trying to get other people to understand it, and you know, you either do good or you don't. But ultimately, it just like in the whole series of the Matrix, what happened? It started over again.
Yep.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
For the new one.
They
But
acknowledged
just-
that they had gone through how many iterations of the Matrix, and each time he had chose a certain way. But what happened this last time? They altered it. They changed it.
Yeah.
This is why I guess this is why I'm fucking here. After 5, I don't mean to take it to this thing, but after 5 suicide attempts, my ass is here right now, getting drunk, talking to every single motherfucker I can, every single person that will at least talk to me. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter how we align politically. It doesn't matter how we divide politically or culturally or anything. If you're willing to talk, I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to talk, but I need to be drunk to do it.
Understand that the majority of the mental health problems that people are suffering from in society are a byproduct of the completely manufactured society that they're a part of. It's not for us. It's not what we're meant for. Everybody knows at their core that something is wrong, and they can look further. The longer that you're forced to continue in this system, in this capacity, in this enslavement, the more of a toll it plays psychologically. Why do you think nobody feels like they can win? It doesn't matter where they are. They got that top 1% and shit, right? Listen, they put them out there for us to idolize like it's something we should want, when all we really want is to live our lives how we see fit. And why do we have to conform to your systematic way of doing it when it puts us all at the disadvantage no matter who we are?
Right.
I just want to add on to that. I agree to that, and I think we are, for men, and not only men only, but people in general. But I'm just want to tack on men, is that men right now, we are very emotional, and we're not being logical in a sense.
And they keep us in that emotional state through the various medias and stuff like that, so that we stay away from any rational thought, and therefore individual thoughts and opinions. Most of the stuff that we end up saying is just a reiteration of shit we already heard, and most of the time the shit that we don't even know what we're talking about, do we? Because people aren't going back and looking at the source material. They're not looking at it from a perspective of, okay, what am I really looking at here? It's a perspective that they're looking at things through the fog of the perspective that they've been given their whole lives. So how are you going to look at it through any individual aspect? You can't.
Case in point. I'm going to bring this up, and this is actually going to target Daz. And I apologize, but dude, it does ring true. Like, when we first started talking, like, you were fervent in your fucking beliefs. Everything about that. Like, everything that we would talk about off screen, you know, having the gameplay that we would. Like, your opinions, you were 100% fervent in your beliefs. And then all of a sudden, we had little talks here and there. It didn't amount to shit. It just seemed to be whatever kind of situation. Dude, you are now open to other fucking beliefs. You are now open to other points of view, to challenge your point of view. And I appreciate the fuck out of that. I really do. Like, when we had
it's
our
one
talk,
of the foundations of freedom.
When we had our talk about your, you know, the New York crime rate kind of situation. And I was just like, dude, you're talking about every single fucking aspect of your life. You're talking about breaking the fucking law from your law. And then all of a sudden you're just like, why is this a thing? Why is this actually happening? And dude, this is what we're trying to fucking do. This is what we're trying to do, is break down your whole thoughts of, from your aspect, from your whole, from your birth, dude. You've been believed, or you've been pushed to believe a certain way. Now here I am halfway across the fucking country, and now you're starting to think, should this be a thing? This is what we're trying to bring. And
that
I appreciate
open dialogue,
the fuck out of you, dude.
Conversation, being able to have those conversations, which is hard in society because so many people can't look past the emotional aspect to have a genuine conversation, even if it is just philosophically. We don't have to accomplish anything. Let's just spitball this and talk about it. Right. Because clearly what we're doing isn't working. What can we do? What ideas can we come up with? Because that's how you progress. That is how you get things done. You don't just assume that this course is the right course, no matter anything, any contrary evidence, and this is what we have to do. That's no way to progress. That's a way to devolve.
When you divide a country the entire way as it has been done, and you know, that's, like I said, I pointed you out for that reason, but you're not the only one that we have had in this group. You know, our gaming group. You're not the only one that has. I want to bring her on, but I know she's not going to do it. Aggressiva. Like, she has literally gone from fervent fucking belief to literally understanding and seeing what her point of view to what our point of view has been, and she's starting to meet a middle ground with that.
This is the crazy thing. You know, you have so many. I love the atheist movement, right? The atheists, but that also support political, either side of the political spectrum. And I can ask them is, do you understand how much more faith it takes to believe that your government is looking out for your interest or your best interest? Do you understand how it takes more faith to believe that in face of all the evidence to the contrary than it does to believe in a higher power? Faith is belief in things unseen. Insanity is believing in something in spite of all the contrary evidence. Do you understand the level of faith that you have to take to honestly believe that the government is working in your interest?
I mean, don't tell me you don't have a point in that. You definitely have a point in that. And,
you definitely believe in a God. It's just government.
Exactly. With atheists, that government is your.
If not the government, then it's the AI.
Yeah.
Well, seriously, with that is considered from an agnostic standpoint. Okay, I don't believe, but I'm not fervent in the beliefs that I don't. You know what I'm saying?
You're open. You're open to the possibility of some sort of right. But this is the thing. Right, this is what's great about America.
No, well, hold on. Before you go into that, I'm agnostic for the fact that, number one, I grew up in a religious standpoint. I grew up in a religious home, God is everything kind of situation. When I started to question, nobody had an answer for my questions. So I kind of like, okay, is this a thing? Now
that was your first realization with the bullshit, because dogma didn't take for you. Dogma didn't take.
Right. But then again, I've also had, like I said, you know, I've been open about this. I don't care to admit this. I've had 5 instances of self-relation in my life that did not take. I'm still fucking here. By all instances, scientifically, I should be fucking gone. But I'm still here. I'm still doing these things, right? And yeah, there could be a cognitive decline in what I've done, apparently, because there's a lot of instances that I will not get into right here where I have seen myself, I have seen a point to where things don't add up. But to
I gotta hop out of here, bud.
All right, take it easy, man. We'll see you again.
You
We're
too.
definitely gonna have another talk,
Absolutely, you know it.
right? Take it easy.
Take it easy, bro. Have a good night.
But I have seen like instances, like especially here recently, like the whole George Floyd memorial. Like I
Yeah.
have seen like that shit. Goddamn, son. I don't give a shit what you think or how you feel about that. Scientifically, from an aspect, there's no way in hell that a thunderstorm is going to move through. Everything is cool. And then all of a sudden, the thunderstorm's done. And the ground literally dries up around you. And there's a fucking lightning bolt that hits this memorial that everybody fucking praises. And you're not going to tell me that's a false idol situation. And God struck that the fuck down. I don't give a fuck. Atheists cannot fucking rectify that shit. I don't give a shit. It's from a scientific standpoint, there's no way in hell that's going to happen. The God, what was it? The comedian woman who stood up on stage and she's like, I got this vaccine, I got that vaccine, I got this vaccine, I got this, and I got this, and clearly God loves me the most. And as soon as she says that, passes the fuck out and fractures her fucking skull. You're not gonna sit there and tell me, atheist included, I don't give a shit. You're not going to sit there and tell me there is no way in hell that the moment she says, clearly God loves me the most, and she fractures her fucking skull by passing out, that's not a thing. I don't give a shit. I don't care in any way, religious, atheist, I don't give a shit. There is that middle ground between that y'all need to fucking understand. Everything that has been, I grew up in a religious standpoint.
All right.
Everything has been formulated of this point. Like Revelations points to every fucking bit of what's happening. So it's kind of bringing me back to a religious standpoint because
it's always did.
Revelations has been coming true. I don't give a shit. I'm not afraid to admit it.
Revelation, everything. All right. Look, to answer the way you're just saying, all of this shit happened before the Bible. All this shit happened before the Taurus. All this shit happened before already. All we doing, like, I forgot the guy he just left. When he saying he was talking about the Matrix, he was talking about our time in history that been multiple times, even religion, if you don't even fucking believe it. There's a lot of times we have different Jesus, different Mary, different blasey, different revelation. Like, see, like we have revelation in a Christianity. Well, if you go to Vikings, they have Ragnarok. If you go to even the Muslim country, the Muslim Bible, like they have revelation there too. There's so many things are fabricated and copied and overdue. I was want to tell you before you say this statement or speech, but I was gonna say that everything we doing is ready to be done before. Is perfect example. It shows multiple times. You can even tell yourself, like, do you ever think about your DNA? And and you actually think about the split of your DNA is a data. How the fuck your DNA is a data? So when you find out that your DNA is a data, and you're figuring out, oh shit, we have so much information in our DNA that correlates from back in time that even fucking Christian Bibles and other religion didn't even fucking exist. There was other civilizations before us.
Right.
So until we find out and know your true DNA and fuck all this religion bullshit. When you find out your DNA and you know your inner self, you're gonna believe, oh shit, what you just say, that middle ground, that gray area, that gray space, that tinkle in my feeling, that butterfly, wherever that shit you wanna call it. That's the real shit. That's the real essence that we supposed to feel. Cause I get mad when atheists say like, I don't believe in religion, but you believe in science. If you believe in fucking science, that's when you believe in magic. If you believe in magic, you believe in fucking math. If you believe in math, then motherfucker, you should believe in fucking spiritual shit.
Yeah.
They all correlate each other. One or the other.
You're 100% correct. It does. Because, look, I don't give a shit what anybody says. There is no reason on God's green earth, and I don't believe, but I'm going to use it. There's no reason on God's green earth that people believe a certain way without there being some religious and scientific backing behind that. 100%. I don't care. Like, as far as a religious standpoint, we used to believe that the ancient, in the ancient Japanese culture, we used to believe that a giant catfish lived under the crust of the earth, right? And it's struggling to break free is what caused earthquakes. Now we know better. Okay. The Roman and what is it? The Roman and Greek cultures believe kind of the same things with different names for their gods and everything. But Zeus used to be the son of a bitch that used to throw lightning bolts from his hand when he was pissed, Nope. But from a scientific standpoint, okay, in that area, from a scientific standpoint, that is a very turbulent area as far as weather is concerned. So Zeus must have been one pissed off motherfucker. Hence the fact that throughout history, Zeus or whatever the Roman god is, it escapes me from this point. Hence the fact that this son of a bitch throughout history has always been a kind of pissed off dude. Like, it's a thing, So science and religion walk fucking hand in hand. They really do. Yep. But neither one can disprove the other.
Why is that?
Why? Now that is.
I think we just ignorant. When we so caught up into our belief, there's many times you could go into church or go to speaking to a scientist. Like, for me, my perfect example, like, when I was talking about the beginning of COVID, I was asking, can you catch COVID when you're having sex? Before the scientists even talk about it, they even talk about the media, my friend joke at me, laugh at me, oh, you fucking stupid. How you gonna catch COVID having sex, nigga? Nigga, Can you, nigga, what are you talking about? You sound dumb. Week after. Yo, you know what's so funny, guys? Dane was right, actually. Dane was right about you could catch COVID having sex. You could catch COVID from your sperm. I didn't know that.
Well, hold up. That is a good question. Because from a scientific standpoint, something that is a respiratory disease. Okay.
Right.
Yes, it is in everything that you would secrete as a human being. But from a respiratory disease, we have also seen like COVID toes. Like that was a fucking thing. Like they tried to push that shit. Okay. From a respiratory disease, we have seen heart attacks. From a respiratory disease, we have seen supposedly everything that they have tried to push to, I'm going to say, to scare us, but doesn't make any fucking sense scientifically. Like, well, it doesn't.
But for catching COVID when you're having sex, it kind of do make sense. You got to think about it. You say it's a respiratory.
It doesn't.
It do. You got to think about it. Our skin is the biggest organism, right?
Organism, yeah, yes.
Organism, yeah. So when you having sex with somebody and you're very close, you're gonna do a lot of sweating, and you're gonna do a lot of touching, and especially if you say you are having, you're jackhammering in the sex, right? That's mean you're gonna do heavily breathing or rapidly breathing to your next partner, depending on what position you're doing. If it's face front, so I can believe you can catch it, and especially like.
But hold up.
By the way, it's a virus too. So, what's the state in your body for, depending on how many days or how many times, if you don't take care of your body well, then yeah, that shit could attach to your fucking sperm, not even realizing it.
But this is a respiratory fucking virus, dude. I mean,
but it's crazy though.
This is not something that's going to fall into account for reproductive. Your reproductive organs have absolutely nothing to do with your respiratory system, other than the fact that oxygen is passed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, from a reproductive standpoint, you've got so many things that have evolved with COVID that just definitely do not make sense, other than the fact that your blood oxygenates your cells throughout everything. And all that goes from your intake of oxygen throughout your body. When in the fuck? Where? If anything else, as far as viruses are concerned, when does any of that mix other than COVID?
Repeat that again. Sorry, you kind of like blur up for. You say when it mixed with the COVID?
When? Not throughout anything else. Even fucking monkeypox is considered. Okay, when in the hell has any other virus in any other point, any other sickness in any other point has gone through a respiratory situation up until literally affects every single aspect of human life? I mean, like with monkeypox as considered. Okay.
Right.
You need to be very close proximity. You need to be in touch with these open source or literally swapping spit or some shit, with human life, which is why they're trying to target it as in the homosexual community or something like that. Just kind of like what they did with AIDS and shit like that. But when in history has a respiratory fucking virus ever come into contact with anything other than respiratory, other than COVID? That's something we do need to ask, and that's something that's never been brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can say whatever you want with like sexual contact, okay? People kiss each other, things like that. But why did it not affect the porn industry? Like with porn is concerned, there's not a lot of kissing. There's not a lot of that shit as far as porn is concerned, right? Why did it not affect the porn industry?
The porn industry? I mean, well, you gotta think about it. The porn industry. Well, I be watching interviews with porn stars, and No Jumper. Some of them they be catching it. They be catching it. They say that I be catching it. Having COVID.
Did that come from porn though?
No, it caught not from doing porn. It's caught from having sex with multiple bodies. Like, all right, there's one girl. I don't know. This one girl was having like multiple sex with multiple body, but she was saying it so quick. But she was saying like this nigga got it. Like he got it. All right. He got the COVID, but he never tell her. So she got it like the next day. Like she started feeling the effect. I'm telling you, man, it's your skin, man. Like your skin, and when you're sweating, like remember your body's trying to sweat out all that shit, all that virus out of your system. So is that. But to answer your question, so the porn is that people get tested. People, they actually test you right there on the spot. Like, you're clean, are you clear? Doing the COVID test too. They gotta make sure because they can't fuck this money up.
Right.
So they have to make sure, this person gotta be super clean and clear. You know what I mean?
Well,
And that's it. If you're sick, stay your ass home. That's what they're gonna tell you. Stay your ass home.
But it's a whole the respiratory virus, right? It's supposed to everything about human physiology. It does link together, but it separates. There's a lot more separation than there is linked together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can say sweat is concerned in that the whole shedding aspect of all that. But
yeah, because you gotta think about you fucking tell the director, tell you like, you know what, that's it, that's enough, this is over. So you'd be like, you probably fucking for 10 hours and you sweating that shit out. You sweating out all that mucus congestion in your system, and so I'm seeing it. And you gotta think about some people don't have good health. Like some people have asthma, and that's a lot of people get caught easily for COVID, or they have like bad lungs worse than asthma.
Okay. I see the link you're trying to you're trying to make there. I do. But
I still agree with you. Like, it don't make sense because how how a respiratory affect your sex?
right.
This don't make no sense.
Especially if other than wet, especially how does that shit if you're not coming into contact respiratory wise, the 6 foot distance, whatever the fuck you want to call it, how does that affect the people that have, I'm going to be honest, how the fuck does that affect people who have literally isolated? And I do mean isolated to the point that where they stayed home 100%. They never went out. They never did all this shit. And if they did go out, protected themselves. Mm-hmm. How the fuck does that still come home to a house that has been 100% isolated 100%? How the fuck does that make sense?
You want to know from sperm or just like sex?
No, not only that aspect, dude. Like, all right, this shit hit, right? And there are people 100% isolated themselves. Like they were kind of already, let's say the preppers, you know, the people who were already ready for that kind of shit. And there were a lot of people throughout this country that did that shit. Never left their fucking house. How did they stop? How did they pop positive? Mm-hmm. You know, they never left. They never did anything. They never had any kind of contact within themselves. Okay, so this is the thing. We're locking down. We're never leaving our fucking homes no matter what. We got enough food to ride it out, right? We got enough everything to write it out. We're not leaving our fucking homes. And there are people that have done that and still pop positive. How the fuck is that possible?
Well, I'm checking out on Google. They say that there's no clear evidence of COVID-19 is transmitted through semen or vaginal fluid, but there are viruses that have been tested of semen of people who have or recovered from the virus, the COVID-19.
Right. But if you've been 100% isolated, if you've never had any interaction with anybody that has ever been affected in your life, how the fuck do you still pop positive? Which has happened. That's my question, dude. Throughout this entire thing, like, okay, people like me who were deemed essential because of my workload, I can understand that because I still have conversations despite the masks, despite the distance and everything like that. Whatever. Right? There's still that chance of being. But if you've been home 100 fucking %, if you've never left your house from the moment it was considered, and all of a sudden a month or 2 months pass, 3 months pass, whatever, and you still pop positive, how the fuck is that possible? If you've never had contact with the outside world throughout you and everybody in your household, how is that possible?
Well, there's an article saying that UF health study suggests associate between sex. They said that the scientists said COVID-19 is known to damage blood vessels, and the virus appeared to damage the vessel in the penis of this patient and bleeding the blood flow there, impacting the sexual function. Makes sense.
I mean, yeah, with the
So you were talking about blood.
Hold on.
You were talking about blood stuff. So
with the
that's how come.
oxygenation of blood and everything, I can understand that. That there is a link there, but literally, what I am asking, dude, if I have never like we are right now, if I have never come across you in my life,
I don't know. I
how
could
the
just say
hell could I catch
say
that?
like I get what you're saying. Like if say like, all right, you and Amy, right? Both of y'all healthy. Y'all clean your house. You know, you clean your bed, whatever, yada yada yada, right?
Right.
Then say say you like, you know what, babe? I want to go special. Let's go on a date. Then you know what? I don't want to go home. Let's go to the motel. Then you go to the motel. Then you have sex there. You're doing your regular basis having sex. Then somehow a day or two you catch the COVID-19. That's some shit I don't understand. That's
Right.
pretty confusing to me. Like all I keep seeing from the CDC saying that you need to be healthy, no kissing, just straight fucking and wear a condom. Like, but they're not answering the real thing, like how I'm catching it. Like, even I'm doing the guidelines that you're telling me, even being social distant
Right.
in a way, I'm still catching how, like, even I'm trying to explain it, it's still like about like the blood vessels, somehow your semen could catch a fucking COVID, but how? And that's my main.
Especially with a respiratory virus, like nothing, absolutely fucking nothing has jumped as we have seen with this. I don't give a shit what you say. I don't give a shit how you fucking feel. You can bring up, oh, well, smallpox did this, smallpox did that. You don't think that? No, absolutely fucking not. Has jumped from a respiratory virus into what we have seen. I don't give a shit what anybody feels or how they feel about that in any way. There is no way in hell something that affects the lungs has affected every damn thing else. You could say, okay, well, the blood is oxygenated by the lungs. I mean, fucking COVID toes. I don't give a shit what you fucking think. That was some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And with I don't want to get another strike on fucking YouTube or anything like that, but there ain't no way in hell the heart attacks and everything that we've seen, there ain't no way in hell you're gonna sit there and tell me that was due to a respiratory fucking virus. There ain't no way. But look, I'm drunk as shit, dude.
Shit. You drunk? I'm high.
Well, I'm drunk as shit, and it is 8:44 here.
You want to end it? It's all good.
Dude, we've been going for damn near 4 fucking hours. I do have to end this shit. I definitely want to have you back with some other talks and everything like that, dude. That's not a problem. Like this whole stream has just been chaotic as shit, and none of it has ever fucking made sense. From the point we started, none of it has ever made sense, and I fucking apologize to every single one of them. But let me ask you a question, Daz. Serious.
Don't apologize, because you speak. You're trying to find the answer. You're trying to find where's that ground, like how all this shit makes sense, like
Every bit of it. Yes. Let me ask
What's the
you
question?
a question to finish us all off, dude. Serious.
Mm-hmm.
With our political climate, with everything that we have seen, they say the political right has been beaten the war of drums, or the drums of war. Everything that we have seen, especially with this Roe versus Wade thing that has been overturned, or that hasn't been yet, but everything that has come out from that. Now these motherfuckers who are literally being arrested right outside of Supreme Court Justice homes. Do you think we are going towards civil war?
Yes. If it's not civil war, then we're gonna do the purge. But then that's be the new definition of civil war.
I mean, that kind of would be, yeah. I mean, it's a lawless fucking wasteland at that point, but yes.
I mean, let's be honest. We were so close to having a civil war when we have Trump versus fucking Biden. Or Trump against the fucking United States, right? Of his last day being a president of the year, right?
Right.
It was so strong, so vocal that Trump gotta hide in the fucking bunker. Do you get that? He was hiding in the bunker.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, when he lost the race, he lost his power, and he's like, I'll be there with you. Go there. Fuck this shit up. And he's still not in jail. Now he's building his own platform of social media. So that's he's trying to build his own social media, and we don't know what he's gonna do with it and how it's gonna be like. And the way I'm seeing in the civil war and the social media is gonna be the new freedom of speech, but then it will not be the new freedom of speech, because if you look at what's going on in China, you can't even speak what the fuck you want. Your government or your president will see some shit and he's like, nope, that shit's gone. I'm gonna arrest your ass too, or you're gonna pay a fine.
Yeah.
And you know it's gonna happen over here, because it's already happening right now, but you're gonna see more restricted, and you're gonna feel like, damn, America is not even a democracy no more. It's actually the economist.
Look, America was never supposed to be a democracy at all. It was supposed to be a constitutional republic. Okay, we were supposed to be a nation that literally everybody has a say in. We don't have that say anymore.
Nope.
Democracy is mob rule, and that is what we are moving towards. Like,
and man, and you know what the funny shit about it? It was the one thing that got me so mad, and I even had to make posts about it, is that you see how all this Black Lives Matter bullshit, where this shit is now.
Yeah. Where is it now?
Where is it now? Where is that Biden say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black? I ain't even vote for nobody. Doesn't make me I'm black. Now this is the whole thing. Like, and even since that 2020, we was going so hard, and even the George Floyd we was talking earlier, that sparked the whole world to having a revolt around the world for a man just dying, that he did something fucking wrong end of the day. So why are you getting mad? Like, and that's why I get confused. It's like, bro, he have a fake $20 bill. By the way, he's not a great person.
No.
So you care about a thug who don't give a fuck about us like we will.
No,
I'm sorry.
Sure. No, he wouldn't. He'd rob your ass in the middle of the fucking night and you propping this son of a bitch up.
So fuck that. Like, so fuck that and fuck this Black Lives Matter, not the movement. I care about the movement in a way, but it's how you use it and how you're gonna portray it.
Right.
But fuck the Black Lives Matter, the who design this shit, because they are fucking Nazi. They are, what is it? The Nazi and what's the other word? Oh my gosh.
Marxist.
Fuck. Marxist, thank you.
But that was the whole design behind that, though. The whole thing.
And blame George Soros for that stupid shit. I'm sorry. Fuck that nigga too.
Oh, Soros has been behind a lot of the shit that we have seen here in the United States. Soros has been behind a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, dude,
and to add on to that, and you want to think about the first civil war we have, blame the Democrats. To be honest with you, because the Democrats bring the Ku Klux Klan into the shit, but you trying to think about it. The Ku Klux Klan came from the Democrat.
Right.
They was losing the war, so they used the Ku Klux Klan. So you see all the bunch of black people or bunch of minorities going to the north,
which gave rise to the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Republican Party was actually founded by mostly black men who was just like, you know what? Y'all motherfuckers are stupid.
Yep. And what's his name? I forgot his name. His name, because it was so important. Because he got three initials. I forgot his name.
I don't know who you're trying to reference at this point.
It's a black guy. Thor some shit. I don't know. But I'll come to you next time in the podcast. But just that's why I was saying, like, see how that first Civil War happened? They were trying to do the same shit on 2020. And that's why they was using the Black Lives Matter, the movement, and causing this fucking riot around the fucking world.
Yes. And I'm going to go ahead and just shut that shit down with the party switched kind of shit. You're going to sit there and tell me the people who literally for generations have said, we're not going to do this. You're going to sit there and tell me that in one generation, everything switched. Like the Republican Party, who was against racism, things like that, who were against that shit. You're going to tell me that in one fucking generation that shit switched? Like the Republican Party, who was against racism, who was against segregation and everything like that, all of a sudden in one generation is just like, hey, segregate these motherfuckers. That never fucking happened. It never fucking happened. It was a talking point for people who do not understand history. It was a talking point for people who never realized anything about that, to just say, hey, the party actually switched and the people who give a shit about you personally, Daz, the party that give a shit about you were us. No, we founded the KKK. We founded all this shit. But all of a sudden, in one generation, we're all about you. None of that makes fucking sense, dude. None of that does. In any fucking way, no matter how you want to switch, there's no way in fuck a ideology is going to switch that quickly. I don't give a shit how you want to play it. I don't give a shit. The black people who actually were the majority of the Republican Party are all of a sudden about segregation. They're all of a sudden about ending the black culture. There's no way in fuck you're going to tell me in one generation, maybe two, that switched. I'll never believe that in my entire life, no matter what evidence you bring up. There's no way in fuck that your history, your people would turn on themselves like that. And we still don't see it today. Like, I know you're a black man, dude. I'm not trying to bring a whole racial kind of thing, but you're a black man. Do you think your people, your skin color, your history would say, fuck black men?
In this time, in this modern time, right now,
And right now, no, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm talking about when they supposedly say the party switched, which was roughly 60, 70 years ago. Do you think 60, 70 years ago, your mother, your grandmother, your father, your grandfather, do you think they would say fuck black people altogether?
if my grandfather and my grandmother would say fuck black people, no, they would never would say that.
Right.
Especially my great grandfather or my great grandmother would never be here because I don't know that until I go to ancestry.com and then I find the truth. But I know that my family member never came to America. I'm just saying for right now, I know that because my family is Caribbean.
Right.
So that's it. But if it's somewhere I find ancestry.com that somehow my family member got here in America, then holy shit. But till then, they will not say fuck black people or fuck black men. They won't even say that because in that time, we have more logic and more compassion. Like, you know what? We didn't even have a lot of logic. We have more compassion. We have more emotional intelligence better than what we have in right now.
Right.
Why I say that? Because we know how to stick it together. We know what is a unit. We know what a unity is. You know what is a family is. You know, black love, compassion. When we start knowing that, especially trying to find peace too, especially knowing peace, knowing a lot of things about war, but knowing small things about peace, and we keep that together too, then we're never gonna say fuck black men and everything. It's just that in this time, in this modern time, is that we've been traumatized, we've been abused, we've been so many type of shit that is very feel like we treat him like an animal,
Right.
and it is. If you and we still is to this day. So I totally understand. But right now, in this modern time, a lot of black men is saying fuck black men and fuck black love and black family. And they would bullshit they will bullshit you like, I don't mean that, I don't mean that, but they do. Because why? Because you I don't know I don't know people are gonna feel what I'm gonna say, but for me, I live in New York, okay? I live in Brooklyn. All right. I live in Crown Heights. All right. I'm not far from Bed-Stuy. I'm not far from whatever you want to call it. All right. Every time I go to the hood, I seen toxic shit. All right. I seen a lot of shit that you be like, yo, why he doing that to a black woman? Why he isn't saying this or doing that? Why he not even protecting that sister? Blasey blasey. You don't want to see your grandmother. Your grandmother don't even want to take care of your fucking kids anymore. How fucked up is that? I been seeing that shit. I be seeing like so many foul shit, and you just like, wow. And you can ask your grandmother, and you ask her about her time. He's like, none of this would never happen like this. But you're not doing nothing about what's in your household right now to fix it. You just letting it what it be, and that consume you. So I've seen it many times in black family homes are dysfunctional and very toxic because we have so much emotion, not realizing, you know what, let me use my logic, and if I cannot use my logic, let me use my emotional intelligence. What the fuck is why we are what, when, and how we doing this to each other.
Right.
Until we figure out how our family homes, how to fix our households, until we don't know, until black people fix their households, we can't do shit. I'm gonna be honest. If we don't fix our households, we can't do shit in life. I'm sorry. Yes,
Right.
you could be a great individual person, a great successful person, but you could but at the end of the day, you still feel like a shitty ass person and piece of shit. Because why? I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Kanye West, right now, he can't fucking see his fucking kids most of the time.
Right.
He's a great, successful person, genius person in America or around the world. Even music and other shit that he touched on, right? And the most ambition person out there and the most manifest person. But he manifests so much that he know how his life is gonna be, and it's hitting him right now. Come on, bro. Like,
you do have
and,
a point. Yeah, I mean, seriously, you do have a point. He is the
the most wealthy black man right now. He's more richer than Jay-Z. And what? He owned the most clothing stores in America, around the world. Okay. Everybody wants to be like Kanye. Most everybody want to be Kanye. Naming people not even black.
until he started having his mental breakdown in public.
Right, and even he speak about it, and he still wanted to be a president, and he's not gonna let it go. So you're gonna see, damn, Kanye West being a president without having a broken family. His mom is technically a porn star, and and she's fucking this comedian guy and take care of her the kids. So that shit gonna save Kanye really winning the president, or he got very, very close. You'd be like, damn. A lot of people not gonna admit. A lot of people not gonna admit to the point like they're gonna admit to the point like I could do it. I could be that adventure person like Kanye is. But you can't say, you know what? I can't. I never got to the point of how can I say it? Kanye. We should have if Kanye get close to the point of being a president and an individual, you be in that lane. But then you're gonna fuck yourself up because you gotta think about being a president. You have to have a perfect family. They're gonna keep marketing that to in your face all the time. Mm-hmm. So if you don't have a perfect family, how are you gonna be a president? Mm-hmm. But if Kanye do win and come a president, then it's gonna be a whole changing to a black hole family, and it's gonna be more divided and conquered. So that's why I feel like until we don't fix our household, we can't achieve what we really want, because everything we're gonna do is gonna be ignorant. It's gonna be ignorant to the bliss, to the point that shit is lonely to be lonely to be on top of this mountain with no support and no care.
Okay. I get what you're saying. But dude, we're literally gonna have to end this.
We need to end this because this is like 6 hours for you.
I definitely want to bring up the racial topic as far as that goes, and I definitely want you to be involved with that too, because dude, I feel like you could be at least a bridge behind that, and I'm gonna set that behind for all racial, all minorities and white people involved. As far as that goes, I want to set that up so we can all come together and just kind of speak about this shit openly and honestly, and have that. But I'd definitely love to have you involved.
I would definitely do it, but I think what you should do is like to break it down more. If you want to go like, all right, if you want to do black is white, then cool. That's a good basic term. Like you could do like black and white man discussions, or men like black and white, but men and women, you know? And in that sense, but then you gotta set up the topics and you know, just to have a guide to guide you through the whole topic.
Well, or as far as that goes, no topic is literally ever on point with this fucking show, because we all go off the rails and some real bullshit. Like butt plugs have been brought up twice, and that has never been a topic, but it's a thing here on this show, apparently. But
it's a thing.
Yeah,
I know it's gonna be a thing. To the last podcast I was in, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be a thing.
I'd love to have you on that topic, dude. We gotta set that up, and
not the butt plug topic, no.
But apparently that's gonna be a recurring theme on this show. Fuck. And it's always going to be something inserting into my butt, apparently. But
Drunken gonna do an after show sooner or later.
This is never going to happen. You were, God damn it. It's never going to happen.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. It's Ashley Mexican Midget is gonna do after show sooner or later.
But I appreciate y'all. Literally every single person that has been involved in the show. I know we've had a lot. Of course, me, Abel, 1776. We had Joseph Santos stop by. We had Daz stopped by, apparently. But I appreciate y'all. We've gone off the fucking rails and none of this ever made sense. But it's whatever. This is what happens when you talk to people. I appreciate every single fucking one of you. You guys are amazing. And on that, I will leave you with this. Ladies and gentlemen, you do have a voice, and it is important. Now more than ever, please sit down. Let's have a talk. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, take it easy. Have a good night. And we'll see y'all again very soon.